With my fucking tax money.
You don't actually think they spend $20,000 on a hammer, $30,000 on a toilet seat, do you?
If you think that the Capitol will ever treat us fairly, you are lying to yourself.
I don't like the idea that I'm not in control of my life.
I just don't want to be another piece in their cake.
I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see.
We're a $2.6 trillion enterprise and we've never been audited.
We cannot rely on the federal government.
Maybe the media is manipulating you.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
I've got one that can see.
Government is inefficient and should be dissolved.
The entire government will be shut down until further notice.
Slash it. Slash it.
I'm going to tell you everything you need to know about the miserable, screwed up world of local government.
Hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they raping everybody out here.
Government totally sucks, you motherfucker.
It is all around us. You can see it when you turn on your television, when you pay your taxes.
Sorry, but I don't do taxes.
I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value.
The government is a greedy piglet that suckles on a taxpayer's teat until they have sore, chapped nipples.
Triple the taxes.
This is an IRS agent's dream.
The roads. Is that the best you can do?
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore.
Taxation is theft. It's got to be the first line I say, right? Welcome everybody to Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. This is our first ever It's going to be an amazing show. If you can see, we've got 2 live streams going on right now, probably showing the exact same thing. We've got an amazing lineup of speakers, over 40 speakers playing on 2 separate live streams. So you'll have the option to watch whatever you like. It's really going to be an amazing experience. And of course, we look forward to putting this on in the future as a live event. And of course, also because we really believe in spreading this information and making everybody smarter when it comes to what the government is really up to. We want to make this information free. So it is going to be our goal to continue, even when this is an in-person event, to make this a free live stream available to everybody around the world. Speaking of around the world, what's really been amazing is we've been following who's been signing up for this live stream so far, and we have people from all over the world. Uganda, Iraq, Australia, Spain, everywhere, all over Europe. I can't even list all the countries. South America, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, of course. For any of you who know me, I'm in Mexico right now. This is really going to be an amazing experience. We've got some amazing speakers coming up. You're going to hear from Joe Bannister, who's a former IRS agent who quit the IRS once he discovered that there's no law that says you have to pay the income tax. We've got Dave Champion, who wrote a really good book explaining why you don't have to pay the income tax. Of course, United States income tax. I guess I got to be specific since we're worldwide right now. And then we have Paymon from the Freedom Law School, who's actually offering a huge reward if you can prove that there is a law that says you have to pay income tax. And of course, he's had that for decades and no one's been able to claim the prize. So we really have an amazing lineup. And I want to say this because there are going to be some very informational, factual things that you're going to hear. There are also going to be some very controversial topics. There are going to be things about the COVID-19 outbreak, things about monetary policy. We've got Joe McHugh, who's running for president as an independent, and he's got a plan to replace our fiat currency, which is backed by nothing, with a currency that's backed by land. All kinds of really controversial and interesting new ideas. And you might not agree with all of them. I don't even agree with all of them, but we really want to make this a free speech zone. And we really want to make sure that everybody has the ability to hear new ideas, because if we don't listen to new ideas, if we filter things out and we only listen to things that we already believe in, then we eliminate the possibility for us to be able to grow. So I think that is a really important mission for all of this, is really to just open our minds to new experiences. So I want to welcome on some of our hosts. Raptor just popped in. Oh, he just popped out. We've got all of our hosts here on standby. I want to introduce them. They're going to be helping me run the show and introducing all of our amazing speakers. Zach is Raptor is behind the scenes working the tech as we speak. We've got, there he is. Your camera's off. We've got Scott. There he goes.
Can you hear
me? And guys, this is live, and we have an extremely complex setup that we've been working all day and all night to get going. So expect technical issues. This will be recorded so that we can bring it back to you if you miss anything. But that's a forewarning. So we've got Scott. Welcome, Scott.
Good morning.
Good morning. We've got Dre. I'm trying to talk too fast because I'm super wired with coffee. What's going on? We've got Kate.
Hi.
Hey, welcome. And we've got Brandon.
Hello, hello.
Welcome. Yep.
Yeah. So here's the problem. In order to get any, I have to be on the stream, or we don't have sound.
We missed the first part.
In order for there to be any sound, I have to be on stream because of the way we wired this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is mute, turn off my microphone, turn off my camera, and you're going to have one less host because you have Amanda in the lobby, but I can't bring her up when we have a full cast.
Oh. All right. Well, how about this? In a couple minutes, take me out, put Amanda in so everybody can meet her. And
I'm going to step away for a minute, and when I get back, I'll do that.
All right, sounds good. So as you can see, we're already having really awesome technical difficulties, but it's all good. Like I said, we have a really complicated setup, and we're doing this so we can really get you the best experience possible. Hopefully, most things are going to go down really smooth. But like we said, it's everybody here, and this is one of the reasons we're doing this as a virtual event and not a an in-person event, is obviously because of the COVID-19 lockdown. So all of us are in different places. I guess let's go around and introduce where you're from, just so everyone can kind of get a feel for what's going on.
Sure, I'll start. Good morning, everybody. Scott Zimmerman coming to you live from my basement, deep in the heart of Omaha, Nebraska. We talk about the COVID-19. We were a little slow to get impacted here. But it's here, and it's definitely impacting our lives. Our area has really started to open up a little bit, so it's nice to have the choice to be able to choose to get out and do those things. But yeah, right here in Omaha, Nebraska, we're doing everything we can to keep the fight strong. So
awesome. And also from Nebraska.
I'm also in Omaha, so Scott and I actually live really close to each other. I was just over there like 2 days ago.
My whole worldwide thing that I had going on here.
So yeah, other than everyone else, me and Scott, well, never mind. Luckily, I've been able to get out, get a haircut. I got my toes done the other day. It was really nice, except for the whole having to wear a mask because that helps so much. Anyway, but yeah, I got to go to the bar the other day too. That was great. So we're opening up.
And so was that a black market haircut, or was it legal?
It was totally legal.
Oh, that sucks.
I was ready to get a black market. John's been getting black market haircuts. His gal has been doing it out of her house, so he hasn't missed out.
All right, and Kate.
Well, speaking of black market haircuts, I did get one, and I got one at Salon a la Mode, which is Shelley Luther's salon in Dallas. I got to speak with her and chat with her, and it was a really awesome experience. And anyway, so because I visited Dallas, I am in Northeast Texas in a little town called Mount Vernon. Population is just a little over 2,000. So I'm going to add some of that rural Texas twang in there for you today. I am a mom with 2 kids, and I have been a part of the Libertarian Party. Of course, I work for Dan Taxation is Theft Berman on his campaign and this event, and I'm looking very much forward to hosting y'all and also giving a presentation later tomorrow.
Awesome.
I guess Brandon. I'm up.
Hey.
Well, this is I wouldn't call it a black market haircut. It's more of a black market butchering, but I'll be the one to add the international flavor. I'm in Canada right now, and I reside in the Cayman Islands part-time. I have a Cayman Island hedge fund service company. Happy to be here. Looked at some of the resumes for the speakers on here. I'm really excited for what we're going to see over the next couple of days.
Awesome. So we have North America completely covered. That's awesome. So I want to bring Amanda in, but I guess Zach's still off. So let me talk about this because Kate, you mentioned you work on my campaign. I actually am running for president of the United States with the Libertarian Party. Of course, I came to cut tax and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. I'm also known for having a ridiculously huge yellow hat. I actually have that hat. It's in Texas right now. Long story. It has to do with the COVID-19 shutdown and everything. But we want this event, even though there are a lot of libertarians, a lot of people associated with the Libertarian Party in this. We want this event to not really be a political thing. We want to be an event about ideas, about freedom. So we do have, I mentioned Joe McHugh earlier. He's going to be speaking, and he's actually a a presidential candidate running as an independent, and he's got some really interesting ideas too. But we wanted to keep this open, and like I said, to share ideas. And we don't want to shove anything down your throat. Go vote for this person. Go vote for that person. Anything like that. We want this really to be open and more about the ideas, because ultimately, if we're going to become a free society, it doesn't matter what party is in charge. In fact, it's probably better if there are no parties in charge. But the party that is used to get us there doesn't really matter. Real freedom comes from within, and we need to change our mentality, our mindset, how we think, how we live our lives, and everything else. And that will ultimately change the society and the rules around it that we create as people. So, Amanda, welcome.
Hey.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you right now, and what brings you here?
I'm located in rural Georgia. I'm a co-owner of 3L Productions. We've done multiple LP POTUS debates throughout this election cycle. I'm a graduate of Harvard School of Money Laundering, a homeschool mom, subsistence farmer, and rehab professional.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you right now, and
Pardon?
what brings you here?
I'm located in rural Georgia. I'm a co-owner of 3L Productions. We've done
Okay, I'm getting a feedback loop from somewhere. I think I know where that is.
Cycle. There seems to be a graduate of Harvard School of Money.
Maybe it's not from there. I don't know. Anyways, awesome. So welcome everybody. This really is going to be an awesome event. Like I said, we have 2 streams. So if you want to follow up on the streams, if you go to taxationistheftfest.com/live, that is where you can find. If you want to follow up on the stream, or you can go. There's a shortcut right up here in the corner, titfest.org. And if you go there, that will redirect you to the registration page, which will get you right into the live stream page. So if you're watching this, if you happen to find it on YouTube or Facebook, this is where you want to go right here. This will always keep you up to date. This will get you access to the schedule to see who's speaking up next, and everything else. And of course, from that page, you can also click to get to the YouTube channels if you want to see the live comments and everything that's coming in. And of course, help us spread the word by using the hashtag TitFest2020. Spread that around everywhere. Share links to the videos, to the live streams. Share links to the registration page. Whatever you can. We want to get 5,000 around everywhere. Share links to every video, to the live. And we have, as we get into kickoff, we're going to we want to get 5,000 and of course other pages by using the hashtag TitFest2020. Spread that around. There we go. Like I said, guys, don't worry. We're going to iron this out as we go along. Things are going to get better. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of people are going to see these streams. So please help us by sharing this on social media. Make sure to like and comment, subscribe to the channel and everything else. And definitely let us know what you think. Get a notebook, because you're probably going to want to take notes when some of these speakers come on. You're going to want to learn how to not pay taxes, I'm sure. So it's really going to be awesome. Yeah, well, let's see. What are you guys feeling about today?
I'm excited to learn. Like, I was reading up on all the people that I'm hosting, and I already have a lot of questions. I have no idea what half of this stuff is. I'm excited to learn.
Awesome. Who do you think is going to be your favorite speaker today?
Oh God, mine's probably gonna be, I'm sorry, John McAfee. I've never got to talk to him before, and I've been dying to, and I'm so excited.
Awesome.
Can I weigh in?
Headphones. I think Zach's telling me to. Well, who needs headphones? Mine usually doesn't pick up. Awesome. Who do you think is your? Who do you think is going to be your favorite? I think Zach's telling me to. Well, who needs headphones? Mine usually doesn't pick up.
I'm sorry, John McAfee.
Who do you think is your favorite? I think Zach's telling me to. Well, who needs headphones? Mine usually doesn't pick up. Who do you think is your mic's broken? Well, who needs headphones? Mine usually doesn't pick up. Well, who needs headphones? Mine usually doesn't pick up. Who do you think is your? Zach's telling me to. My neighbor. Who needs headphones? Mine usually doesn't pick up. Who needs
Awesome.
headphones?
It's on a loop. If you're talking to me, you're acting up. If I put these on, it's on a loop.
Who needs headphones? There we go. Awesome.
Yeah, took the headphones off and now there's no loop, but I put them on and there's a huge loop.
Don't put them on.
Wow.
So yeah, we'll and like I said, this is probably one of our more complicated setups because we've got so many people in here. We'll get these kinks worked out as the day goes on. This is as you can see, Scott's just getting his coffee. I still got mine. It's the early hours, so forgive us for that. But Scott, what's going on, man?
I'm unmuted. Yes, I'm unmuted. For those of you playing the online drinking game, can you hear me? Anyway, the man, things are great. I'm super excited about today. I've been looking forward to this. I was absolutely honored when I was asked to be a part of this. I think it has the potential to be something really amazing. We have a huge responsibility to the people around us to continue to spread these messages and to inform people what options are available in their lives to minimize the impact of government involvement in their pocketbooks, in their bedrooms, in their property. This is going to be great. We've got a huge list of speakers. Like, I can't even begin to talk about where to begin on who my favorite would be. So selfishly, I'm going to say my favorite speaker of the day is myself. And obviously, I find myself very entertaining and very interesting. So if you need me to fill the next 40 minutes, I am happy to do that for you. But no, no, the reality, Dan, is I'm super, super excited. I've been real active in the liberty movement for quite some time. Really connected since 1996. Really kind of roped me into, hey, wait a minute. The government is not the best judge of my life. The government is not the best steward of my decisions. And then I immediately went down this rabbit hole of how can I free myself from that at any turn. So today should be enlightening. As long as I've been with the Liberty Movement, I'm always learning new things from the new people I get to meet and talk with every day. And it's amazing. It's amazing what you can learn if you just shut up for a minute and listen, right? And that's a big part of this. I think too often in this little bucket we live in, the Liberty bucket, too many people feel like they know everything and they have all the right ideas and they just don't stop talking long enough to hear what other people are saying and give some critical thinking to it. Don't just go blind on, okay, I made up my mind. But let's open it up. Let's consider some other options. Look at some other things. And you guys, you're going to hear things today that maybe you don't disagree with. And that's okay. It's okay to disagree. I have a wonderful relationship. My wife and I have been married now. We've been together for 15 years. And there's two secrets to that happy marriage: separate bank accounts, number one, and number two, agree to fucking disagree. Pardon my F-bomb. We have to edit it for the CBS special. But you have to agree to disagree. You can't dig in your heels and be stubborn. So come in today with open eyes, eyes wide open, for lack of a better term, and be willing to accept new concepts and new ideas. So Dan, thanks for having me here. Thanks for inviting me. You guys noticed, Dan, Scott Zimmerman is my name. I've got Z-Track up there. I've been Z-Track since the early 2000s. That was my roller derby name. And maybe that will come up later in the day. So anyway, thanks, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for being a part of this. So I want to hear from Brandon because he said something really interesting, and I want to know where, how do I launder my money? How do I keep it away from the IRS? I know that's absolutely not what you're doing. Everything you're doing is absolutely legal, of course. Wink.
It is. It's 100% legal. I'm very proud of the work that we do. We can have a private message conversation where no authorities are listening. But yes, it's all above board. Very proud of that work. I'll tell you, with regards to what Scott was just saying, I agree 100%. I just wrote an article for Being Libertarian on how to disagree with an expert. Well, the number one thing that you can do is understand the criticisms of your perspective. Understand why people who disagree with you, what their reasoning and what their rationale is. So I'm looking forward to hearing from people who disagree with me on some things. You'd think that I'd be interested in some of the monetary policy aspects of it because I'm a finance guy, but I got to tell you, the speaker I'm most looking forward to is my guy, Mikey Wong. He's going to let us know what's happening in Hong Kong, what the political ramifications are. And the big reason for that has got to be the fact that I'm Canadian. And we just had a ban on semi-automatics. There's a grandfather clause, but essentially you can't legally purchase new semi-automatics right now. And Hong Kong has been devastated by that policy and those like it. So really, really interested to hearing from Mikey. He's been a journalist on the ground covering it freelance with his smartphone, just going live and covering some of the violence that's happening there. There's major impacts to that. So I'd say Mikey's the guy that I'm looking forward to hearing from.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. That's going to be an awesome talk tonight. Yeah, there's there really is so much, and it is going to be difficult, I think, to choose sometimes who to listen to, because I think we have so many great speakers, but we did try to separate things in a way that, if you're really interested, for example, in the tax issues, those aren't going to be overlapping. So you'll be able to listen to all of those. But we really want to give everyone a good choice. And like I said, these will be available afterwards. Of course, you still want to watch the live stream. But these will be available afterwards. So if you missed anything, or if you want to go back and rewatch something, it will all be available to you. One thing I want to point out is there are limitations with Facebook and YouTube. So what we're going to do is actually at about halfway through the day today, this stream is going to end and restart because we just can't live stream for 12 hours straight. They won't let us. But when that restarts, just make sure you're on taxationistheftfest.com/live, or go up here to this link, titfest.org, and make sure you stay there. And that page will always be updated with the current live streams. So make sure you get to that page. And awesome. So let's see. Yeah, Scott, why don't you fill in some of that time you were talking about?
Yeah. You made the mistake of opening it up. So
I know. Now I'm like, well, because we
This is
came
great.
into this, for anybody watching, like we didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare what to talk about for this first hour, because we were working on like all the tech issues and everything.
Sure.
I literally like just put my shirt on like 10 seconds before I sat down and the camera turned on. So we're running a pretty tight schedule here, but lucky for us, once we get into the speakers, we're going to have time to fix up a lot of these things in the back rooms of all this techie stuff. And of course, everybody's still waking up because we plan this to go 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., which Eastern time. If you're in California, that's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So it's still only 7:30 out there. Everyone's still waking up. Yeah. So
or not. It's freaking 7:30 in the morning in California. If I was in California, I would still be sleeping. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. There you go.
Why don't we go around the table, as it were, and everybody say a little bit of a blurb as to what brought us here? I'm kind of curious, Scott. 1996, what were some of the big issues that turned you into a libertarian?
Oh, wow. So 1996, the band I was in at the time, called The Lid, we were experiencing mediocre success in the Phoenix area. And we were hired to play a fundraising event for a libertarian governor candidate named Kat Gallant. And Kat chose to run for governor because the business that she ran was under constant government scrutiny. She ran a hair salon that also offered massages, while your stylist and masseuse was dressed in lingerie.
Oh my.
Oh my, right? So she experienced, and so in meeting those libertarians at that point, I just really the things they were saying about taxation being theft and the government being in my pocket and getting out of my bedroom and they shouldn't mind their own business. And she paid her licensing fee. She's all legit. She's got the hairstylist license. She's got the masseuse licenses going on. She rents out the space from a contractor perspective. Like, she was clean above board on everything. But yet the government still wouldn't leave her. And I wholeheartedly believe that. I mean, it's already hard enough to open a freaking business. Once you're open, you shouldn't be constantly looking over your shoulder. Now, there's certain industries that need to be held accountable to a standard. And I think from a community perspective, we've swayed away from holding people accountable from me to you, and more so relying on the state to hold people accountable. We've seen that dramatic shift over the last, decades. So in 1996, Kat Gallant, she didn't win for governor, obviously, but man, she had a strong message, and it just wrote me in and got me actively involved. As far as just keeping to spreading the word. Dan, you said everybody's just beginning to wake up. I've got a saying, I was born woke. You know what I mean? I was born woke. It was when I discovered the liberty movement, it was kind of like having my first cigarette, the first time I smoked a cigarette, which was like, oh man, this is what was missing from my life. This is what I've been missing. So now I've been successful non-smoker, non-tobacco smoker for 4 years now. I've been successful. I kicked that to the curb, man. It was rough stuff, but yeah. So again, here we are. I served here in Nebraska as state chairman. I've been actively involved in the Nebraska State Libertarian Party since 2010, since I moved here to Nebraska and realized that there was an actual libertarian option here in Nebraska as far as being able to register to vote as a libertarian and to be able to get actively involved in the state party. So I immediately jumped on that opportunity to be actively involved. I've run a couple of different campaigns myself. I ran for school board. I've also run for as a lieutenant governor for the state of Nebraska as well. So those are two different campaigns. And then after that, I've stepped back and chose to realize I have a face for radio, for lack of a better term. I don't have a campaign face. I'm not going to go clean shaven. I'm not that guy. I hate suiting up more than anything. I'll do it if I have to, but I realize I'm better served kind of behind the scenes on these campaigns. I serve a little bit better as far as the logistics are concerned and managing people and pointing people in the right direction. One of the things that they always say about these liberty-minded folks, the hardest thing about that working with them is they all are so independent. Don't tell me what to do. Stay out of my life. So I found over my years of experiences, you can't command, you can't dictate, you can't tell people what they need to do to make a difference. What you need to do is you need to either lead by demonstration, lead by example, and do the things, and hope that people jump on board with you and follow you in your actions. And from a leadership perspective, I found that it's always easiest just to open the door for people. Open a door. Here's something that could be done, and let people decide that this is something that they need to do. And it's been pretty effective. Yeah. Thanks, Brandon. Thanks for the question.
My pleasure.
Well, I'm gonna go next because I'm about to have to hop off and jump onto the other stream and get ready for hosting our first guest on that one. I started my path to libertarianism started in the early 2000s when I started high school debate, and I was a Lincoln Douglas debater. And in Texas, we had some topics that were on weapons of mass destruction and totalitarianism. And so because of those topics, I was able to read a whole lot on John Locke and a lot of the founding fathers' philosophies. And that kind of started my foundation on where I kind of started going on my own independent path with politics. Of course, you get distracted in college and you're not going to have a whole lot from that. But whenever of course, I was reintroduced into libertarianism when Ron Paul, started running. And I was just I voted for him and just kind of went with that. But I was pregnant and becoming a mom. And so, life gets busy and you're not really active. Well, when my kids got a little bit older, I realized that if I'm seeing a whole lot of my rights being demolished for me right now, what was going to happen with my children? What's going to happen with my kids? And as a mama bear, it just became apparent, if you're a parent, you want to fight for your children, right? You want to make sure they're protected. You want to make sure that they're going to be successful and happy in what they pursue. And you want to lay that foundation for them. Well, they weren't going to have that foundation if the government keeps ripping it apart. So as a mom, it wasn't a point of me fighting for my own rights. It's a fight for my kids and the future that they're going to see. And so that kind of lit a fire under my ass. And so becoming a mom is what really became the beginning part of my journey into being an activist and being a lot more active in the Libertarian Party and with campaigns. I ran for city council of my small town. I'm not very well liked in my small town because I'm so vocal and out there. And of course, a lot of us can relate to that. But I am the interim treasurer for Libertarian Party of Texas, and I was honored to receive that nomination and then, of course, that election. I was just recently voted the number 3 delegate to Texas to national, so I'm excited for participating on that. I work for Dan. I've worked with lots of campaigns. Kerry Douglas McKinnon, I worked for his campaign for lieutenant governor. I've really enjoyed working on campaigns. My favorite thing to do is event planning and coordinating. So I like I'm an extrovert. So this coronavirus thing is killing me. It's killing my mood. And I love the fact that we are doing this festival because it kind of gives me a little boost. Even though Texas is opening up and I've been kind of out and about, just kind of still being cautious because I have children and they play with other kids on the street. And one of those children has a immunocompromised disorder. So we try to stay at least cautious so our kids can have a fulfilling time while, the world's burning around us. So that's kind of where things started for me. Of course, meeting a lot of interesting people has been probably my favorite thing through this journey. I've kind of found my own voice and have been a little bit flamboyant at times with how I dress, how I act, how I speak. And of course, I'm wearing the Taxation is Theft swimsuit that is on taxationistheft.cards. And I've done a swimsuit shoot for that. And of course, I have my Liberty Couture. So I'm going to stand up and show you all my skirt because everybody loves my skirt. So I've got my skirt here. It's pleated A-line. And yes, ladies, it has pockets.
That's adorable.
And it's got its little built-in petticoat, so it's all cute and all. But I'm going to hopefully have a dress ready for tomorrow. Visit etsy.com/shop/Liberty Couture. And I do custom Liberty clothing with Liberty prints, anarchy. I'm going to get a voluntarist print. I've got the Gadsden flag, come and take it. So a lot of those classic prints. And I'm going to be expanding on the shop soon. So that's really fun. And I've had a lot of people interested in that. And of course, if you've seen the Taxation is Theft masks going around, that's also me. And you can, again, I think we're going to try to set those up on Taxation is, yes, Dan's got one. I sent him one to make sure he had one. But yes, again, Etsy, Liberty Couture, you can get your mask there. And Dan, I think, was going to set up a link for his Taxation is Theft cards. as well. And of course, I've got my daughter's Taxation is theft bracelet on, and super cute. And I've got my pineapple earrings. So, and then I've got my pineapple pizza charms that were gifted to me. So I'm so ready and pumped for this event.
Awesome. So if I look distracted in the background, we're getting ready. Some of our next speakers are kind of in our green room. So that's really awesome. Yeah, so I want to give an actual shout out actually. So Raptor he runs the Drunken Disorderly show, and he helps produce on a lot of other podcasts. That's why up here you will see the Drunken Disorderly logo. He's helping us to produce this. And if you're on stream B, I think this logo might be partially covered up by the 3L logo, which is another production company. John McCaskey is running that, and of course you can't see him because he's not in this channel. He's in the other channel, keeping things running. They have done an amazing job. They've actually produced a lot of the best libertarian presidential debates. So they've done a really good job with that. They've really put those things together and made them amazing. So I just want to give those guys a shout out. We have, as the day goes on, that live page is probably going to be updated with all kinds of other things. You'll see a bunch of partners at the bottom. Those are people that are helping us share the streams, and people who are really interested in this. Another thing we've done is we've offered for some people to put in free videos. We're actually giving out free advertising in our stream. And this is basically to people who share the same kind of mindset, who have liberty-oriented ideas that they want to get out there. And so we're presenting these to you. Of course, we didn't have another 100 slots where we could give them an hour speaking, but we did give them little 1-minute segments where they could plug their podcasts and everything else. So check them out anytime you see one of these, and you're going to see some fun stuff in there too. Definitely go check out anybody who's associated with this. Check out Drunken Disorderly. Check out 3L Productions. Yeah, there's really going to be there's a lot of people involved in this. So check everybody out. And of course, again, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you follow the Facebook page. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. And of course, again, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you follow the Facebook page. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. There we go. Okay, so yeah, and make sure you comment and share and help us get these things out here. If you just saw, there were some comments popping up. We've got people watching this from Uganda and Kenya already. I saw Pakistan. This is really going to be amazing. I'm already just in awe at what's going on here. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Our next speaker is going to go live in about 20 minutes. But if anybody's, let's. We've got a few more minutes to kill. Dre, you haven't told your story, have you?
No, I haven't. So I've always been pretty liberty-minded since I was a teenager, young adult, but I didn't get really involved until a couple of years ago. I can't remember. I think I went to like a First Wednesdays for Liberty or something where they just get together for drinks at the bar. And once I went to one of those, and then I went to a county meeting and pretty much I was involved from then on. I got involved with another foundation and we put on a really fun event that sounds a lot like what this is going to be when it's live in person, which I am so excited to help be a part of. Thank you so much for asking me to host this. But yeah, once you get involved, you get pulled into project after project. I've helped with a couple different local campaigns. I'm currently the chair of the county party here in Omaha, and we put on 1 or 2 events a month. And I love doing that. But we've got some traction here, but we've got some work to do for sure. But I currently host Drunken Disorderly with Raptor and Aaron Adams, and Scott's also a part of that, as well as Caleb Salvatore. It's a fun team, and we do a lot of fun stuff with that. We look forward to doing in-person things as well with our team. So I would look forward to partnering with you with those in the future. But that's pretty much what I do and what I'm involved in.
Liberty Revolution is just commenting, Taxation as Theft Fest is an excellent idea. We should do it every year. Consider moving it to April 15th. Yeah, we did have a suggestion because some of our speakers, of course, are going to be speaking about how to not pay the income tax. We did talk about maybe having it in February. And of course, if you, I don't really watch TV anymore because I've learned it's just all a bunch of propaganda, especially this one. But if you do still watch TV, you've probably seen this. It comes on TV every year. It's on like, I want to say it's on like CNN or something. It's this like 2-hour long special called Tax Cheats. And like, all they do is give you this fear propaganda about how all these people went to prison for tax fraud and tax evasion and everything else. Yeah.
They should have done it legally.
BS.
They should have done it legally.
What's that?
They should have done it legally.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing.
But the Cayman guy.
But this is what's interesting with the with those shows. What they're doing is they're not. The people who are going to prison in that show are not people who are doing it legally, as Brandon said, and not paying. They're not even the people who aren't filing. These are people who are writing fraudulent checks and making fake deductions and all this other nonsense. If you look at the IRS, this is really fascinating. There's something like, I think it's 150 million returns that go to the IRS every year. There's 320 million people in the US. And I get some of those returns are joint returns for couples and some of them are for businesses, but there are a lot of people who aren't filing at all. And the IRS only prosecutes 1,000 people every year. That's like nothing. I mean, talk about how many tens of thousands of drug arrests are there every year?
Talk about under prosecuted.
But it's not even that. They understand that most of these people are not prosecutable.
Oh, gotcha.
Because it's not even illegal not to file your taxes. If you don't file, the worst that's going to happen, if you file a bad return, the worst that's going to happen is, yes, they'll charge you with perjury and some other crap, and filing a false return, lying to the government. Of course, it's okay for them to lie to us, but this is how people go to jail. If you don't file, the worst that can happen is they'll collect all the information they have about you that your employers reported to them. They'll collect that. They'll file a return for you, which I think Dave Champion can explain better than I can about how that process has been ruled against by the courts. They'll file a return for you, and then they'll just say, okay, this is how much you owe us, and they'll try to take it however they can. But you won't go to jail. And so they have this propaganda show that they put on every year, which is, it is about fear. It is about making us afraid. And I don't know how many, when I first started this movement, we were talking about how we got into the liberty movement. When I first started this, I remember the first time I had to deal with the IRS, and I was like, this isn't right. They're stealing money from us. I don't want to pay it. And so all I did was, I was just like, yeah, I'm just not going to pay them and see what happens. And of course they came after me and took my money. I didn't go to jail. But what's really interesting about this is this kind of, like, I wanted to speak out against this, right? I wanted to say what they're doing is criminal. But from talking to my friends, even my family, I would be like, what the IRS is doing is criminal. And I would get this feeling that I shouldn't talk about this, because just by talking about this, and of course, even back then, this was like in the late 90s, early 2000s, before everything leaked about the NSA, everybody still kind of knew, like, oh yeah, they tap your phone, or like, they joke about it, right? The FBI is listening to everything. And so I had this fear that if I was just posting even on MySpace, yes, that's what we were using back then. If I even posted, I don't like the IRS, something as simple as that they would somehow track me down. They'd start monitoring my calls, and they'd start, snooping around for anything they could to put me in jail. I had that fear. That was a real fear. And it took me a long time to get over that and get to the point where I can literally shout from the rooftops, taxation is theft, and the IRS can go, I won't say it right now because this is a family show. I'll say it plenty of times on my podcast. Actually, I should warn you. My show does allow swearing, so you might hear some of that. You might be offended by some of the things you hear. Hopefully not. Just have an open mind. These are just words, and as I like to say, words are just weird grunting noises that we make to convey ideas to each other. Don't be offended. Don't get offended that easily.
You picked the wrong host. You picked the wrong host, Dan. I drop F-bombs early and often. Yeah.
There you go. Hey, I'd rather see you drop F-bombs than A-bombs, right?
Yeah, amen.
Exactly.
Amen.
So you're already 10 steps ahead of the government on that one.
Yeah. This is great.
Awesome. All right. Well, it's getting close. So I want to take a break. Everybody go get your coffee, go get your snacks. We're going to come back in about 12 minutes with our first set of speakers. And like I said, make sure you go to that website, titfest.org. If you have to register again, we're not going to send you a bunch of spam. Don't worry if you have to put your email in twice, but that's going to get you to the live page that has both streams so you can see, and the schedule so you can see who's coming up and choose who you want to listen to for the next hour, or flip back and forth. It's really up to you. So we want to give you that freedom, right? Because freedom of choice, wonderful thing to have. So thanks again, everybody, for joining me for this little coffee breakfast session. And we'll see you in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All the best. 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 All the best.
Hi there. Welcome back, everyone. I am privileged and honored to be your first host here on Track A. Again, for those of you just tuning in, I'm Scott Zimmerman, aka you see my name on the board as Z Track. It's a nickname that was given to me many moons ago. And we'll get to that. You guys are stuck with me for the course of the next couple days. So I'm not going to spend a bunch of time talking about me, but I'm super excited about Taxation is Theft Fest. This is such an exciting opportunity for us to get to know some activists, some people that are making a big difference out there for us and informing individuals. I'm very excited to welcome our very first speaker of the day, Mr. Mark Tancer. Mark has founded the Lafayette College Libertarians in 2009. He's had several leadership positions within the Libertarian Party there in the Palm Beach affiliate. Served for a 4-year term as after elected to the Palm Beach Soil and Water Conservation District Board of Supervisors. He's also been working in coins and precious metals industries for the last 9 years. He has his own firm, Taggart Trading, for half of that time that he's been involved. Mark is going to bring us some great information. I'm super excited to have you here with us today. Mark, welcome.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks. We're looking forward to everything you have to say, Mark. I am with you that inflation is theft. It is. So go ahead and tell us more about that, and I'll turn over the floor to you.
Yes, thank you so much. I did want to start off by just mentioning that taxation itself is than theft. Taxation is really extortion or armed robbery or something. Inflation can really be accurately described as theft because theft is more, I don't want to say secretive, but not as much in your face as armed robbery or extortion is. So inflation really, but taxation is armed robbery or taxation is extortion isn't as alliterative or as snappy. So I do like the taxation is theft motto. But anyway, first I would say that not all inflation necessarily is theft. It's specifically government-induced inflation, but we'll get to that in probably about 20 minutes or so. First, and by the way, just so everybody knows, we will spend a little bit of time actually showing you coins and paper money from the USA and a little bit from other countries from the last couple hundred years, just to show some examples of the different types of banknotes that I'm going to be addressing, and to show examples of market-based money, even though it's government-struck, but market-based money circulating as currency and as money. So, first of all, real quick, we will go over what is money. Money is originally from the marketplace, and money is a store of value, it's a medium of exchange, and it's a unit of account. If one thing fits all three of those characteristics, it is money. What is currency? Currency doesn't have to be money, but it typically is, and currency is what circulates to actually trade for goods and services, which money is generally the best currency in my opinion. But anyway, just looking at my notes here, gathering my thoughts. Okay, so first of all, we know that markets did run money for quite a while, and then governments did, have gotten involved here and there back in the, ancient times, just to give the king a monopoly on money. They put his face on it. Anybody who counterfeit it would be put to death. So there were some kind of legitimate reasons for the state to be involved, even though the state didn't need to be involved. It wasn't all for bad purposes per se, although they always ended up debasing their currency by putting in base metals and continuing to force people to circulate those same coins at their face value with less actual precious metals content, enabling the government or the kings to actually spend more than they can collect in taxes, which, by the way, is exactly what we have going on now. So, quick overview of paper money history. So back, a few hundred years ago, I mean, it goes back further than that, but you had merchants trading stuff, and you had people in all these towns, and they were trading metals, but for sake of safety and safekeeping, a lot of people started keeping their precious metals
in warehouses, oftentimes of the town or the city metal blacksmith, or people who worked with metals, silversmith. They would oftentimes have vaults and safe places to keep their people's specie, people's gold and silver, and any other money or currency that they had. So these warehouses would give out warehouse receipts. These warehouse receipts, at least at first, were 100% backed by the metal on deposit in that warehouse. And if you ever did want to redeem the warehouse certificate, you can go and turn in the warehouse certificate, get your real money, and you might have to pay a small storage fee either upfront or upon redemption. But eventually people started accepting these warehouse certificates as if they were money or as if they were currency in themselves, because people trusted the warehouser to actually have the metal, in their vaults. So that is kind of the beginning of what I would call modern paper money. There are a couple ways to cheat this system. Well, one way to cheat it and one way to act honestly, but some people would view it as cheating. You have some nefarious or some less than upstanding warehousers actually starting to issue more warehouse receipts than they had specie in their vaults. This would be definitely fraud under any circumstance, because a warehouse certificate, by definition, is something that is 100% backed by metal in the vaults or by whatever the asset promises to pay in the vaults. So that was certainly an issue, that there were some warehousers who would start to issue more warehouse certificates than money in their vaults, which is fraud, and people are always going to commit fraud. That's unavoidable. But in a competitive market, ideally, that stuff is minimized, and we figure out who the best and most reliable people are. What they had also done is some people trusted these warehouses so much that they were willing to lend specie, lend gold and silver to the warehouses. Well, upon lending this to the warehouses, instead of giving a certificate of deposit or a warehouse certificate to the lender, they would actually give promissory notes. So the promissory notes would promise to pay you in the specie back, but it wouldn't actually guarantee that for every note that you had, that the bank actually had that money in the vault, right? They may have lent it out. Okay, so that's where we have promissory notes as a distinction from warehouse certificates, where warehouse certificates are theoretically 100% backed by metal, and promissory notes are promises to pay but not 100% backed. So there are some people who do view that latter system as fraud. Murray Rothbard actually viewed that as fraud. I don't, and many people don't. The free banking people don't. George Selgin, etc. That is the school of thought in which I am. So how that works, and it worked out great actually in the Scottish free banking experiment that lasted something like 150 years. People had deposited their money and got promissory notes back, and there was inflation in money and credit, but it was constrained to the extent that people needed to continue to trust that their bank or banks on which they were accepting notes would be able to make good on their promises. So the inflation was constrained by market forces and by banks not wanting to go out of business, and the fact that the banks in Scotland did get together for an exchange, essentially, how would you call it, a clearinghouse. At the end of the week, they'd meet to swap their metals and notes. Whoever had a larger balance of notes would turn them in, and this actually mitigated bank runs, and it worked very well. The only reason the Scottish free banking system failed was because the Bank of England came in and said you can't do it anymore. It didn't fail for market reasons. I'll get to paper money in the USA, specific examples in just a bit, but I do want to make that system analogous to what we have going on today, where you deposit cash into the bank, and due to the existence of the Federal Reserve System acting as a lender of last resort, what you have is inflation in the supply of money and credit. Has nothing to do with the free market or the market for real loanable funds. It has to do with people not caring about what the bank does with their deposits, because we have an FDIC, which it's the government guaranteeing people's deposits. And if the FDIC fails, the Fed is going to just bail them out. So there are no market forces constraining the inflation that's caused by fractional reserve banking. So in my opinion, what we have going on now, that is how inflation is theft. What happens is the supply of money and credit inflates to way more than the market would allow. And to the extent that that devalues the money in existence, or that keeps prices higher than they otherwise would be, that's stealing from people who are trying to save in dollars and other safe assets. And it steals from workers whose wages don't rise commensurately to the price difference that this expansion in money and supply causes. I hope that was understandable to everybody. I know I went a little quick, but I do want to show you some specific examples from the U.S. And the U.S. federal government did not actually start out with warehouse certificates like gold certificates and silver certificates. They actually started out with garbage paper money, with what we call legal tender notes. They were nicknamed in the 1860s greenbacks. They had legal tender status so that they were required to be accepted at par. However, the marketplace, a lot of times people didn't even accept them at par or accepted gold and silver at a premium. And either way, it was the government trying to fund the war between the states. They needed to come up with money and they didn't have the gold or silver. So, of course, they started printing money. I don't have any quote-unquote greenbacks, legal tender notes from the 1860s, but I do have other legal tender notes from later on, from 1907 and 1917. So these are the same kind of notes that they would have issued during the war between the states, not necessarily the same designs, but the same concept. So this is George Washington on it. That's the back. It's called a sawhorse note, and it reads right on it, this note is a legal tender for $1. Says right on the top there. And it does say also on the front of the note, will pay to the bearer on demand $1. It will pay to the bearer on demand, so it's a promissory note, but it's not actually a warehouse certificate. It's not actually guaranteeing that when you show up that the government or the bank will have that money. It's a promise, but not a certificate. Same thing with this $2 legal tender note with Jefferson on it. And kind of cool, we call that a bracelet back because of that pattern on the back. That's also series 1917. And then from a little bit before that, series 1907, we call this a wood chopper. It is also just a legal tender note. It's essentially the Treasury printing money and saying this is legal tender. If you wanted to, you could call legal tender notes true socialist money. Some people who want to eliminate the Federal Reserve and turn the money printing over to Congress, paper money printing to Congress, that would be exactly what legal tender notes are. All legal tender notes, including the smaller sizes in the 1930s and 1950s and 60s, they are still legal tender. You can circulate them next to Federal Reserve notes. They're still promissory notes, but if you go to the Treasury, they're just going to give you a Federal Reserve note in exchange. So it's not actually promising to pay anything real. So the Treasury did start issuing legal tender notes during the war between the states in order to fund the war effort. Of course, that caused some inflation. After the war, a few years later, I believe in 1873 or so, the Congress actually passed the Redemption Act, signed by the president, and they had actually gone back to the gold standard, which was really cool. And they fixed the price of gold at $20.67 an ounce, which is where it stayed up until not only 1913 when the Federal Reserve was created, but 1933 when the gold was called, 1934 when 1933 when the gold was called back by FDR's executive order. Where was I? What I do have in my hand was actually gold and silver certificates issued at that time. This is considered one of the most beautiful notes ever issued by the U.S. Treasury, and it's a silver certificate, a Series 1896 $1 silver certificate called the Educational Series. You have Lady Liberty educating a boy, and there's the Constitution to which she's pointing. So it's actually a really, really cool, beautiful note, and it says right on it, as well as this gold certificate, as well as this other silver certificate from 1891, I believe. They say right on it, this certifies that there have been deposited in the Treasury of the United States $1 silver payable to the bearer on demand. So as opposed to the promissory notes, which promise to pay real money but don't certify that there's that money in the warehouse, the silver certificates and gold certificates actually are certifying that there's been money deposited. So the silver certificates and gold certificates don't really give the state much power except to the extent that they might cheat it, which can always be negated by people choosing to run on the Treasury to try to get their metal back. To the extent it benefits government, it's just to more legitimize government, get their name and faces out more. But it's essentially government version of market-based money, which is kind of cool. And they're not inflationary. They're just certificates saying that you have a 100% claim to a piece of metal in the government warehouse. Excuse me. So, I've been talking to some people recently, and I have one friend who actually supports the Federal Reserve System. He believes that it's actually created, or at least has not disturbed, all the great wealth that's been created in the 20th century, in the 1900s, in the United States of America. He thinks it either accounts for the fact that we're the strongest country or that it hasn't hurt. I will get into how it's hurt, but first I do want to give a counterexample. I had mentioned the Gold Redemption Act in 1873. So the 1870s, we saw a steady decrease in consumer prices, and economists in the mid-1900s were thinking that this was a horrible time for the United States of America. They thought the people were starving. They thought the economy was really bad because there was a slow deflation in prices. In reality, what happened was production was getting more efficient because we were going through the Industrial Revolution, and we had a dollar that was fixed at $20.67 per ounce of gold. What did that do? That as things were becoming more efficient and more abundant to be produced, it was enabling the common person with their same nominal wages to be able to purchase more. This is a good thing, and this is how wealth in society is created. A slow decrease in the price, even if there's a slow increase in base money because there is gold mined every year, but it takes a lot of effort to mine gold. It doesn't take any effort to run a printing press. So the fact that the supply of base money, gold, was the increase was constrained every year, and the heavy increases in technological advances and efficiency were causing prices overall to go down slowly. This is the opposite of theft. This is everybody benefiting from the free market and from productive activity. This is absolutely heroic. So what we have going on now, we still have tons and tons and tons of productive activity and tons of efficiency, which absent a Federal Reserve System, absent a paper money central bank, we would probably be seeing consumer prices go down immensely. We currently see the Bureau of Labor Statistics run through the Treasury, put out inflation numbers every year, sometimes 1%, sometimes 2 or 3%. They're counting the change in the consumer price index or the change in the PCE, personal consumption expenditure. These are very arbitrary figures to begin with, the CPI and PCE. They're statistics put together by statisticians that have an incentive to, or that work for a bureaucracy that has an incentive to understate the actual inflation. If we considered inflation not only the increase in year-to-year prices, but the actual increase in price from one price to the next year compared to how it would have been absent this monetary inflation and the protection we give to the financial sector, we might be seeing prices go down several percentage points every year. And everybody would be better off, almost everybody would be better off. Certainly workers would be better off. The only people who wouldn't be better off are the people who currently benefit from the existence of the financial sector as it exists. The people who are really into it, the people that have boatloads of capital and can make money off directing capital, not necessarily toward where it is most productive according to consumer preferences and scarcity, but according to where it will perform the best due to the protection of the financial industry. So that in itself, I view as a massive theft from the American people and from workers and from producers, from honest producers. And in addition, of course, just like the kings in the past, debasing the coinage, by the state inflating, what it enables them to do is spend more than they otherwise could, which actually ends up taking out real resources, real land, real labor, and real capital from the economy, taking them away from producers, people producing stuff that consumers want and need, and taking them away from consumers themselves. So it allows the states to run the wars. It allows the states to run the welfare state. It allows the state to get involved in way more than they otherwise would. So if you philosophically don't like the state for any given reason, you shouldn't like the central bank or the inflationary paper money. Let me get back to my notes here. So what we have going on right now in May 2020, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet is actually up to $6.9 something trillion. Now, the Fed's balance sheet is a technical term. It includes all of the assets that the Federal Reserve System owns. Almost the entire amount is the base money that they have issued into the banking system. A very small amount is the Federal Reserve Bank buildings and computers and, physical assets and whatnot. But almost that entire amount is base money in the banking system that the banks can fractionally reserve, lend out to people needing loans. The balance sheet is now 6.9 something trillion, and that is up from about 3.4 trillion going back about a year ago. The Fed's balance sheet has blown up over the past year, especially over the past few months. What is that going to mean for consumer prices? We don't know. We don't know to what extent that new liquidity in the banking system is going to affect commodity prices and hence consumer prices. What we do know is that the dollar still serves as the reserve currency of the world, which allows our government to get away with all this inflation without showing tons and tons of price increases to us. Again, without the monetary inflation, we'd still have price decreases, so we still have that theft that we need to consider. But anyway, going back to 2008, prior to the financial crisis, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet was less than $800 billion. And then it blew up after QE1, QE2, QE3 to as high as about 4.2 or 4.4 trillion. Then over the course of 4 years or so, they had slowly decreased the balance sheet by a few $100 billion down to about 3.6. Then a year ago, approximately, they started in June, they started increasing the balance sheet again slowly, which has been blown up lately between the mostly using COVID-19 as an excuse, because the money printing is not going to help anybody other than the people in the financial sector who want to keep their financial asset prices propped up so that they don't take losses, and also so that the regular people who have actually saved and been responsible are prevented from actually buying that stuff up during a severe crash, which they're trying their best to prevent. So inflation is theft in many ways. It robs it robs wage earners of their purchasing power. It robs the economy of real resources because the government gets to take more land, labor, and capital than the tax revenue that they earn would suggest that they have a right to take. I think one more main point that I did want to make is that a friend that I've been talking to who justifies the existence of the Fed, he says that, well, people, the dollar is only a currency, it's not money. Well, I agree with him, but he suggests that I suppose that everybody should just be smart enough to understand this, and people should just go into the financial sector. He has no problem with government using force to have a monopoly on the supply of money, and their exercise of that monopoly forcing people to go into speculation. He has no problem with that. I have a big problem with that. Most people, including myself, by the way, don't really belong in speculation. There's no reason we shouldn't be allowed to accumulate precious metals coins or other investments to protect ourselves from the inflationary dollar. However, the reality is that we have capital gains tax on precious metals, just like on any other asset. And in fact, the collectible capital gains tax, which is what the IRS alleges gains in precious metals is subject to, is something like 28% rather than the typical 15 or 20% of regular capital gains tax. In addition, you have states. Many states charge sales tax on gold and silver, coin and bullion these days, which makes it so that gold and silver cannot compete with the dollar fairly. They can only compete with the burdens of having all this taxation on them. So people can't even choose to protect themselves from an inflationary dollar without going into something that is subject to tax. So no matter how you try to address the issue under our current system as an individual, the government is going to try to screw you and try to steal from you one way or another. There's no, unfortunately, there's no way to save without speculation, because saving in dollars is saving a depreciating asset. So we don't have a good system. We have tons of theft by the people at the top, the people in DC, the people who get to work for the government bureaucracies, and of course for the financial sector and other favorite industries such as education, healthcare, military, of course. Anyway, I'm going to check my notes to see if there were any other points that I wanted to make. I think that was everything. Let me check to see if I had any other paper money. Those are the main paper money things that I did want to mention, but if we had any questions, I'd be certainly happy to field them. I do have a couple Confederate banknotes that I will show. I could intersperse them. If we do have any questions now, let's take them, and I can come up with a couple more things in a minute.
So we haven't seen a lot of questions start popping up on the thread just yet, Mark. Thank you so much, by the way. You're very, very informative. Obviously, know a lot about what we're talking about here. And from a layman perspective, from me sitting here listening to you talk, I was like kind of nodding my head and going, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." Like now, I kind of see the correlation between the impact of how the government's handling of the finances has impacted consumerism, for lack of a better term. So it's really interesting to see that come up. One of the questions that did come up was just somebody asked about nano cryptocurrencies and cryptocurrencies. Talk to me a little bit about that. When you talk about something that's not really backed by true value, I think a lot of people are hesitant to get into like the crypto world. Do you have any insights into that?
I am not pro or anti-crypto. I've gone to the Porcupine Freedom Festival the last 5 years, and I will be attending in about a month, a smaller Porcupine Freedom Festival, but I certainly learned tons from my friends and from fellow libertarians at PorcFest about crypto. Here's my thing. If it works the way they say it works, I think it has a lot of promise for the future. Allegedly, it works the way they say it does, and if it hadn't, people say, well, it would have already been hacked, it would have the blockchain would have already been interfered with, whatever, and allegedly it's never happened. I'm not tech savvy enough to understand it, but I'm not tech savvy enough to understand the computers in the actual banking system itself. What I can say about crypto is that if it works the way they say it does, the only disadvantage it has to the modern banking system is lack of widespread acceptance. It shares several common problems with the modern banking system, such as needing an internet connection and electricity. And it's much better than the modern banking system to the extent that the blockchain is allegedly unchangeable. Once it's formed, that's it. There's a permanent ledger. You can't have people go in and change it after the fact. Maybe if you have a 50% +1 node attack, that might be possible, but the amount of energy that it would take to actually attempt to hack like that they might not even know would work would be such a huge amount of energy that the only entity that would ever do that would be governments and central banks, and even they wouldn't be guaranteed to be able to make it work. So there's no doubt that crypto is better than the current banking system, except to the extent that it lacks widespread acceptance. There's some retailers here and there who accept it. I know even Peter Schiff, a fellow metals dealer and a fellow economist, his gold firm does take crypto or Bitcoin, but he doesn't actually accept the Bitcoin. He does BitPay, so he still accepts dollars, but he's getting paid. People are paying him in Bitcoin, and then it gets changed right into dollars before he sees it. So that's not a pure, really crypto or Bitcoin transaction, in my opinion. But it is a step in the right direction, I suppose. I think crypto is very promising, crypto and the blockchain in general. We've had Patrick Byrne at PorcFest a couple times talk about blockchain voting and blockchain financial records and blockchain land deeding, land titling. I think it's great. And I think to the extent that it's a Hayekian experiment in competing currencies, I'm a huge supporter.
It's great. One of the things we talk about when you talk about, and again, ladies and gentlemen, if you, or however you identify, I guess I don't need to categorize you. I'm from the old school, right? So I still kind of catch myself. Cats and kittens and whatever you identify as. If you have questions for Mark, please go ahead and post them in the chat here on YouTube or on the Facebook, and we can get those answered. I want to talk a little bit about the impact that, or when the shift from a metals-based currency to where we're at today, where it's just essentially an arbitrary number. What impact on our economy has consumer confidence been as far as facilitating that transition to trusting the Federal Reserve to print a dollar that has a value?
I'm glad you asked that, and it'll link into something you mentioned a few minutes ago, that being the word consumerism. So what the Federal Reserve does, not even in its daily actions in manipulating the federal funds rate, which is the only short-term interest rate it actually has essentially total control over, its existence gives undue confidence to the financial sector. What it does, it drives decision-making it exacerbates the very decision making that would lead to bank runs and that would lead to booms and busts. It actually accentuates that behavior. The fact that the Fed is there, they could prevent a bank run because they'll just print the money. But the bank runs are not damaging only because depositors lose money and because banks fail. But banks fail and depositors lose money is just one effect of them. Part of it is the economic distortions that are created while all the artificial money and credit expansion is going on. All of that does is misdirects resources. We know it enables the state to go after more land, labor, and capital because they get more revenue or they get more money simply by getting to lend treasury bonds into the market, which will be absorbed because the Fed is there and the Fed is going to eventually print money to buy them. So it enables the government to take more resources. But what it also does, interest rates are supposed to be a signal in the economy. If interest rates are too high, it means there's not enough savings. In a free market, free banking, for example, or strict gold standard with no government protections, high interest rates would reflect that the economy needs more savings. They need consumers to defer their consumption so that producers can borrow and invest in the future, okay? What we have, and when interest rates are very low set by the market, it's because there's more savings that's needed given the current demand for loanable funds by producers that are trying to produce for the future, and it's going to maybe discourage savings or make it so that if you don't save, there could be a little less savings in the economy, interest rates would go up, it would reward savers. What we have instead with the Federal Reserve is by fixing interest rates below the market rate, you actually have both not only discourage savings because the low interest rates will actually cause inflation, you're making it less able for people to save, and you're also making it less attractive for people to save because they'd rather go into speculative assets, right? And that's one of the stated goals of the Federal Reserve back in 2009, 10, 11. They may have had 10 or 20 stated reasons as to why they were doing all the monetary inflation, and one of many of them was to explicitly, I'm not lying, discourage people from saving cash and encourage them to take that cash, go into financial markets, bid up financial asset prices so that there would be higher value of asset prices against which to borrow money, against which to use as leverage, which would create a wealth effect. Well, we've seen it completely failed. And we knew it. Peter Schiff knew it from the beginning. I knew it from the beginning. You can't build an economy based on a wealth effect. You can only build it based on savings and production. So we have that. And we have consumers, instead of not saving, they're grasping for financial resources, but they're also going to consume more in the short term. They have easy credit, which means more people are going to be going to get an education that they can't actually afford because the credit is there. The banks are going to lend. Auto loans, you have 7 or even 8-year auto loans. This is crazy. This is insanity. This is only created because of crazy low artificial interest rate, near zero interest rate policy, negative interest rate policy when you consider the real interest rate is the nominal rate minus whatever the real inflation rate is. So you're actually having essentially more or less paying people to borrow to consume, whether that's to buy a car or just run up their credit cards on vacations or lavish things, doesn't matter. So the marketplace actually confines consumerism to the intersection of consumer preferences and the structure of the economy based on what it's producing, and scarcity. What the Federal Reserve and manipulation of interest rates does, it tries to pretend, or it makes it so that people don't realize that there is scarcity, because interest rates would skyrocket if things started getting out of hand, like all these buildings were being made, and like in 2005, 2006, all this commercial and residential real estate. Well, at some point, the credit would have dried up if there was no Federal Reserve system, and if there was no fractional reserve banking system being backed by a lender of last resort. So you have pedal to the metal on both consumers and investors building stuff for the future, and consumers purchasing stuff now. They're all grasping for the same resources. Interest rates are supposed to coordinate that over time, but fake interest rates as set by the Fed and as backed up by them as a lender of last resort eliminate that mechanism entirely, eliminate that beautiful harmony. Interest rates in a free market are amongst the most beautiful harmonies in all of free market economic thinking. It really is stunning when you've read about it and do a lot of thinking about it. It's the most beautiful harmony I've ever seen.
That's great. There was a question that came in through the chat here that you may have already answered. What criticisms would you have of Bitcoin other than acceptance?
I mean, lack of widespread acceptance is the only disadvantage that it has, in my mind. Specific criticisms, I'm not going to be one of those people to criticize Mt. Gox and other third-party services that were hacked. Well, I never knew much about crypto or Bitcoin, but I knew that one of the great things is that you can have a private wallet that's allegedly not hackable, or it's only hackable if you give people your private key, or if you leave your piece of paper, your key somewhere. But as long as you control it, you control your Bitcoin, which I think is wonderful. A lot of people will criticize the third parties that get hacked and whatnot, but that's not an indictment of cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. That's an indictment of doing something out of convenience, such as going onto an exchange wallet, which is certainly convenience for day trading, but it defeats one of the main purposes, in my mind, of cryptocurrency, right? Not that crypto was ever necessarily going to be private, but it was certainly going to be, untraceable to the extent that you don't associate your name with your wallet and your payments with shipments to addresses, etc. Right? So you can have it private if you want. I don't know computers and programming, and I don't know how ones and zeros and logic gates and electrical impulses show what we have going on the screen now. I get that there's levels of programming, but I have no idea how they interact with each other and how we see it, what we see on the screen. So I can't criticize the technical aspect because I don't have enough of an understanding. If it works the way they say it does, I think it's wonderful. I think it's a great concept. The fact that it's asymptotically limited to 21 million Bitcoins in itself brings me back to actually one thing I meant to address before. You had asked me before. So while crypto isn't physical, so I don't think it can be money by definition. This could be a criticism. I don't think it can be money because it's not physical. It has no intrinsic value. That said, the fact that it's useful as a currency could give it value as a currency. I know it's circular logic, but that's it can't be money because it's not physical. We don't know if it's a store of value. It's certainly a unit of exchange. And currently with how wild the swings are, it's not a unit of account. But it could be if it was more stable, and it could be a store of value as well. But the fact that it was used as currency from the get-go rather than being used in the economy, and then because of its usefulness in widespread acceptance, therefore it's used as currency. That's not the case with crypto or Bitcoin. So I don't think it could ever purely be money, but it can certainly be currency, and I'm very hopeful about it, honestly, just as one of many competing currencies.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm kind of on the same. The technology is really kind of foreign to me. I really don't understand how it all works, which kind of leads me into my next question, and maybe you have some insights on this. But in my lifetime, I've kind of seen a shift in mentality, and I've been around the block a couple times, and I was lucky enough to know my grandparents, and what I've seen is a shift from keeping the jar of silver buried in the backyard to keeping the cash under the mattress to where we're at now, to where a stack of cash almost doesn't have the value that it does, especially now in our COVID society, where you walk into places, businesses that are opening now, but they don't take cash. They won't take a federal note from you. You have to use your debit card. You have to use your credit card. You have to get into the government's, I call it the government cryptocurrency, because it's not really there, right? I mean, it's all just numbers on a screen.
And it's pretty disgusting that this is the case. Now, the reality is physical cash is physically filthy and literally filthy. It's got tons of germs, I'm sure viruses, bacteria, etc. But guess what? Silver does not transmit viruses. Silver does not transmit bacteria. Silver is antimicrobial. So if we were simply using silver as currency, like we had both under the classical gold standard as well as prior to that, where there was sort of bimetallism, which I guess William Jennings Bryan was trying to get back to bimetallism in the 1890s. But either way, and we had silver coin even after the end of the classical gold standard in 1933. We had silver coin up until 1965. So, there's a long track record of silver coin being the workhorse of U.S. currency, and there's no reason we can't bring it back. I don't know to what extent they'd need to mine it every year, but there's tons of silver already out there. Some people say, oh, well, there's not enough silver to go back to currency. Well, there wouldn't be enough silver to go back to silver currency if we're going to strike silver quarters with a face value of 25 cents at the current price levels of the economy. But certainly if we fix that, prices in the economy would come plummeting down, but we wouldn't do that because that would create too much chaos. All you need to do is figure the price of silver, what it is currently or what we think it would be, maybe a little bit higher than this, maybe a lot higher, who knows. But the great thing about silver and gold, even more so, is that you don't actually need to carry a lot in order to have a lot of value. So people think, oh, under a metal standard, you need to go to the supermarket with a pocket full of jingling change. Well, if you're going to be buying, let's say, $100 worth, you can bring 5, 6, 7 silver coins, and you're there, right? If you're going just for a loaf of bread and milk, you don't even need a full ounce of silver. You bring a couple silver quarters, and you're good. So I think silver currency would work great. It doesn't transmit disease. It's antimicrobial, antibacterial, antiviral, antifungal. In addition to providing a check against the government, there's a lot more benefits to metals than just that.
Yeah, warm in my heart. I'm a silver man myself, so silver. Oh, I'm turning silver here, the silver fox, right? So we had a question from our very good friend Myra. Myra came through and she says, Forbes just published an article stating that Trump and the Fed are about to crash the dollar. What are your thoughts?
So I am all for conspiracy theories and all of this. Not all conspiracy theories are true, just most of them. A little joke that I have. Here's the deal. I don't believe it. I acknowledge its possibility, but I wish if Trump was the real deal, and for all the good and bad, if Trump is independent and trying to do the right thing from the get-go, he has not done a good enough job telling us that. He might be signaling to some of his people who follow Q, or I don't even know that type of thing. Some guy allegedly in the White House. I don't follow that stuff. It could be a huge psychological operation perpetrated. I think he is the largest psychological operation ever perpetrated against the American people. I think he was put out there as somebody who's meant to be radically independent, perceived as radically independent. But I think I know he was friends with the Clintons. I would bet he still is friends with the Clintons. He has said as a businessman and as president or as a presidential candidate, that he likes low interest rates. Certainly artificially low interest rates has helped his real estate empire, et cetera, et cetera. He continues to spend money like a drunken sailor, appropriated money from Congress by the Democrats in the House and the Republicans in the Senate, or prior to the last year and a half, from the Republicans in both houses. They ran up the budgets hugely, necessitating the Fed to start to inflate. Could this be all pointing in the direction that he's trying to crash the dollar for a reset? Maybe. I'm not going to say 100% no, but I just don't believe it. I think he's the same as the rest. From the beginning, I acknowledged the from the beginning, I acknowledged the possibility that he was the real deal, that he was independent. I never believed it, but certainly there was a better chance that he was trying to do the right things rather than somebody like Hillary Clinton. But I didn't vote for him. I wasn't convinced, and I'm more convinced now than I ever was that my initial speculation was correct. So I hope that's what Trump is trying to do. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
And people had said, "Oh, the Fed was recently nationalized." I mean, they've effectively always been nationalized because Congress can always tell them what to do if Congress chooses to. Just Congress has essentially always kept them relatively independent. However, as long as Congress runs deficits, the Fed is going to have to continue to go into the markets and print money to buy treasuries from the market. Otherwise, interest rates are going to go up. So the Fed has never truly been independent. They've always monetized government debt in effect. What we had a month or two ago with the $2.4 trillion spending, or however much the spending was from Congress, there was something about, in addition to the 2 point something trillion, there was 4 point something trillion that apparently Congress was calling on the Fed to do, extend credit or increase their balance sheet. I don't even know. So you could say that was that direct legislation was one of the most direct things against Federal Reserve independence that we've ever had, but it wasn't literally nationalization. The New York Federal Reserve Bank is still doing their open market operations every day in New York. The other regional privately owned Federal Reserve banks are all doing their research, and they're working in the banking system. So the Fed has not been nationalized yet.
Very good. Very good. Hey, so we're coming up on the top of the hour here. I do want to get a chance here to talk to you a little bit about, let's take this from the perspective of somebody that's just tuned in for the first time and is just hearing this information for the very first time, and now they're sold. Now they're like, okay, I want to get into precious metals. I want to invest. How does somebody get started?
Well, they call me, of course. Yes, but now me or many legitimate coin dealers around the country, we provide low premium, low spread, highly liquid gold and silver and even platinum. There are many options. In fact, I have some right here. I'm glad you mentioned that. I kind of, otherwise I probably would have forgot to show some options. I'm just going to show one kind of very standard option here. Let's see. There we go. Let's see. I'm still here. I can't. There we go. So it's not very in focus, but this is a 1/4 ounce American Gold Eagle. It's a modern bullion coin struck by the U.S. Mint. Let me try that again. No, it doesn't really focus. But anyway, it's a 1/4 ounce of pure gold in the coin. It weighs a little bit more, but it's not pure. But it is one of many examples of modern bullion coins. It says the weight right on it, 1/4 ounce fine gold. There's the Canadian coin, the Canadian Maple Leaf, the South African Krugerrand. Those are the most liquid gold bullion coins in the world. There's the American Eagle, the Canadian Maple Leaf, silver coins. There's all these different modern bullion coins. There's also older coins, such as these gold 20 francs coins. That's a France 20 francs angel. And this is a Belgian 20 francs featuring, unfortunately, Leopold, I think the second, a mass murderer, genocidal maniac. But anyway, those coins are old world gold and other older coins. They're not even weights of a troy ounce, but they tend to trade at very low premiums, and you can get small denominations for low premiums, as opposed to the modern bullion, which you can get a 1 ounce coin for a pretty low premium, commensurate to the old world gold. But typically the fractionals, you're going to pay a lot higher. So my recommendation, if you're going to go into gold and you only care about the price of gold and you don't necessarily care about bartering or shit hits the fan, that type of thing, if you only care about the price of gold, you want to buy 1 ounce gold eagles, Krugerrands, or maples. Or I should say, if you care about the price of gold and you care about the risk of the financial sector, then you want to buy 1 ounce gold coins. If you care about the price of gold, but you don't actually think the financial sector itself is going to collapse, you might consider the ETF GLD, which trades like a stock. It's an exchange-traded fund, trades just like a stock. Theoretically, 1 share of GLD represents 1/10 of an ounce of pure gold that's held in the Spider holding warehouses. I think Spider is the management company for GLD and SLV. However, one of the many great things about owning physical precious metals yourself is that you don't have counterparty risk. So if you think that there's a lot of fraud in the financial sector, you probably don't want to buy GLD or SLV. You probably want to buy the physical metal. But you call me, you call any legitimate coin dealer in the country, you send us a check, you send us a bank wire, we're in person, you give us cash. Either way, it's a very simple deal. You call me, we lock in a deal. I wait for your payment, hopefully sooner rather than later, and then I ship you the metal, usually with, same day, next day, whatever, receiving the payment. Unless I have to order it wholesale, it might take me a few days to get it, or to drop ship it to you. But very, very simple process. You can always call me. You can always go to my website, drop a line on the contact me thing. southfloridabullion.com or taggarttrading.com will get you to that. And I give good, free information. And you can see me at PorkFest. You can see me at the Libertarian Party convention. I'll be set up as a vendor at both of those places. If we do have a physical convention this year, who knows? But we will have PorkFest. I'll be set up there for sure. And you can always find me at the Libertarian Party of Florida annual convention. And I do go to a few of the big national coin shows here and there sometimes. So find me at lots of places.
That's awesome, Mark. That's awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate all this information. It looks like we ran out of questions here in the chat. We do still have a few more minutes, so if anybody has any last minute questions they want to pop in there, we can take those. So why you were talking a little bit about the stability factor when you talk about okay, I'm considering investing in gold, I'm considering investing in silver. Let's talk a little bit about storage. You have to store the actual physical metals. Now I've seen in my lifetime, I've seen silver get buried in the backyard. I've seen silver get kept in the safe. And then I've also heard people that are paying to house silver or something along those lines. So finish up and talk to a little bit about how that process works for us as a consumer level.
Sure. As a typical consumer, of course, you can buy the exchange traded funds, as I mentioned, which has metal that's warehoused, and you're buying a share in essentially that company that manages the warehouse, more or less. You can buy physical metal, but have it stored directly by the people from whom you buy it. You can buy Perth Mint gold certificates, and I believe also the Royal Canadian Mint also has gold certificates. I'm not big on trusting governments, especially those two have Queen Elizabeth on the money. I'd really be wary of them. However, for some reason, I want to trust Perth Mint and Royal Canadian Mint. I don't know why. I think it's bizarre. But there are local depositories here in the country. I know there's one in Texas. There's one in Delaware Depository Company. I've never heard any issues with them, any defaults, any theft or any issues with that. I don't know if Brinks has their own storage, but I've heard that Brinks has never lost an ounce of gold. I don't know if that's true or not, but I would certainly trust them for transportation, if not for storage. As far as if you're going to choose to store it yourself, separate from any institution, by the way, institutions like private vault storage, I would recommend way more than I would recommend going into a safety deposit box, because guess what? All the government has to do is declare a bank holiday, or like what we have right now with COVID. So, like I'm with Wells Fargo, I don't have a safe deposit box, but one of the local Wells Fargo bank branches is physically shut. You can't go in. The others around my area you can if you schedule an appointment, whatever, but one of them completely shut down. So if you have a safe deposit box in that branch, you ain't getting your metal, you ain't getting anything else in there. Plus, there's anecdotal stories here and there of people losing, having had everything stolen from their safety deposit box. The bank allegedly doesn't know what happened. Who knows whether it was somebody else in the family who had a key, or if it was just, the bank did steal it or somebody robbed it. There's no way to know. I think there's way too much risk in a physical bank. In a regulated bank. There's private vault storage, which would be way better than a safe deposit box. Again, these other places like these depositories could be okay, Delaware Depository Company. To store it yourself, I would not particularly recommend, unless it's a small amount, a few $100 worth or something, just that you have. If you have a few guns and just a little bit of silver. Yeah, if you get a gun safe for $600 at Costco, that could be okay, or a gun cabinet. But if you're going to be storing serious amounts, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars, whatever, even more, you do want to invest in security. You want to buy a good safe. You want to buy a commercially rated safe, not just a gun safe. You want to buy a jeweler's safe with a TL rating, by Underwriters Laboratory UL. And you want to have a lot of steel in it. You want to have four-way bolt work. And you want to deal with a security company, not a big box store. The security company with whom I dealt with, they were very discreet, extremely professional. their truck does not have all over it the name of their company and that they deal in safes and security. No. It had the bare minimum letters according to Department of Transportation regulations, but they're not in the business of sales, nor are they in the business of promotion. They're in the business of security, and they treat themselves as such. They behave as such. So if you're going to keep it yourself, either buy a good safe from a security company or come up with creative places. Burying it under the ground in PVC pipes or in buckets could be okay. Creative place such as, I've never done it and I've recommended to other people to do it, so I'm not going to, but it could be a good idea for others. Something my grandmother suggested to me growing up to hide stuff from my brothers: make a fake wall outlet with 2 plugs that don't actually hook up to any electricity, but it's just a plate and it's just a little box in there. It might only fit 1 or 2 rolls of silver, or a roll of gold. It would be a lot of money, but that's just one of many, many examples. I know other people have literary savings accounts, as in cash stuffed in books, as a friend of mine sometimes does. So, just ideas like that could always be considered.
That's great. Mark, you've been an amazing guest today. Thank you so much for joining us for Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. I've really enjoyed your presentation today. I've learned a lot. Selfishly, I wanted to be part of this because I'm one of those that has lost kind of faith in the Federal Reserve and the faith in my federal notes, my little dollars that are worthless.
May I get just two closing points real quick?
Yep, go ahead.
One, I apologize if earlier during the discussion I was either rambling or kind of disjointed here and there. I didn't have my presentation as laid out as I should have. But second of all, I did want to mention regarding consumerism, I did just want to say something about destruction of nature. The housing bubble and the real estate bubble, both commercial and residential, no doubt caused way more environmental damage than there otherwise would have been. And I'm not a radical green, pinko commie, right? But I do care about the environment. I boat. I fish a little bit. I'd like to go hunting one day. I do a tiny bit of camping. I care about the environment, and I don't want to see it destroyed. And what the housing market, what the real estate bubble did was destroy swaths of unused land for real estate projects that weren't actually needed in the economy. And we can thank the Federal Reserve for that.
Of course we can. So awesome, Mark. Well, thank you so much, and we appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We got our next speaker coming up at the top of the hour. I was privileged enough, and I guess privileged enough is not the right answer, but I was in a meeting with this gentleman, so I know how to pronounce his last name, I think. But I've also heard it mispronounced several times. But we got Mr. Thomas Queter coming up next to speak to us, and your host, Miss Dre. She's going to be joining us as well. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, and coming up for the next couple minutes, just sit back, relax, take 5, or no, at this point, take 3, and we'll see you soon. Take care.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. I'm one of your hosts today, Dre. I'm one of the hosts of Drunk and Disorderly. If you caught me earlier, you found out where I am from. I'm from Omaha, and I am heavily involved in the liberty movement here locally. But enough about me. I'm going to introduce my first guest. It is Thomas Keer. I think I'm saying that correctly. Thomas has beaten or gone around the state and local election education system, circumvented the FDA, and largely practices his own healthcare on himself. A 37-year-old non-viable fetus with the tenacity to live. Meet Tom and you won't regret it. Tom is coming to us with his presentation, The Unconventional Midget. Please welcome Tom.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Welcome.
So, the description you gave says that I went around, or that I've beaten the education systems at local and state levels. And that's because there are so many hoops to jump through for a child who is different, has a disability. And a lot of that goes to my parents. They did a lot of fighting and arguing to make sure I could attend school. And a lot of that goes to myself. I put aside my concerns over pain, injury, suffering, to make sure I got the education that I deserved, that my parents paid taxes for. And every step of the way, the school was either trying to kick me out or put me into a program that brought them more money. And the best example I can give about this, and I'll have two, is when I was very young, first grade maybe, I lost all 4 front teeth, 2 top, 2 bottom. And so they put me into a speech therapy class, which would be subsidized further. They would get money for me being in there. They decided that because I had no teeth, I wasn't able to say it right, and therapy was going to help that. But the fact remains, they were baby teeth, and I just happened to lose all 4 in the center at once.
Oh, you're kidding. Wait, these are baby teeth that you lost and they put you in speech therapy?
Yes. It's called grant harvesting.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And they did that at many different steps. Another interesting thing they did, I had a couple accidents in my childhood. My condition is called osteogenesis imperfecta, and the biggest effect of it is very brittle bones. By the time I was 16, I had over 1,000 fractures, and at 2 points, I was dealing with over 100 fractures simultaneously. So I was still going to school by choice, right? And they literally couldn't stop me. And so at the end of the day, they popped an IQ test on me without any warning. If you know anything about IQ tests, they're supposed to be done in the middle of the day right before lunch with children. If it's after lunch, you might be tired. If it's at the end of the day, you might be tired. And your IQ does go up and down with your daily cycle normally. Even the color of the room can affect what your IQ test will result in. So the only 2 times that they tested my IQ outside of the normal state standard tests was when I had many broken bones and a head full of painkillers. Think about that for a minute. They were trying to prove that I wasn't smart enough to be mainstreamed, which would then again put me into a side program, which would do what? Get them more money. At that time, our superintendent was very proficient at cutting corners and costs and leaving the students without to justify his $8,000 to $12,000 a year raise. Can you imagine a job where you can get an $8,000 to $12,000 a year raise? So beyond that, that was school. Healthcare. Most often, if you're in an extremely unique situation, your average doctor can't understand it, doesn't have the knowledge for it. So me actually getting healthcare that works is difficult. The other thing is, I'm not immunosuppressed, but my lung capacity is suppressed. So going to the doctor for a common cold is actually riskier in my experience, because that's where all the sick people are. You can go in with 1 infection, you come out with 2 or 3. And beyond that, I've actually had a doctor offer me OxyContin because I had a sinus infection.
Wow.
Yeah, that's insane, right? So why am I unconventional, right? And why do I call myself a midget? You know, midget is an inappropriate term. Don't go around calling people midgets. That's wrong. However, the PC term is little person. And if you do your research, you know that goes back to Hollywood, like Marilyn Monroe. And the Little People of America, which is our biggest nonprofit, was founded by someone from Hollywood, Billy Barty, whom my mother once kicked out of her house because he was rude. That term goes back even farther to feudal times in Europe, and basically meant serf or indentured slave, right? And I don't agree with that. I also have 2 foot wide shoulders, so I may be short, but I'm not little. Now, when it comes to curing infections, I have a very interesting story. I had chronic bronchitis for between 2 and 3 years as a child, and they kept putting me on antibiotics, more antibiotics, stronger antibiotics, and they made me sicker in different ways. I had the fortune of being left out of things like recess, gym, and other physical activities. And so what I would do is go to the library. So when I was 8 years old, I found this little tiny pamphlet book, just stapled, right, about the wonders of garlic, in which it said how it was antiviral, antibacterial, antifungal. And I thought to myself, well, these pills are making me sick, and garlic is nice and cheap and handy. Why shouldn't I try it? So I went home and I told my parents I didn't want to take the pills anymore. And I started eating raw garlic twice a day. Once in the beginning, once in the afternoon, or once in the beginning of the day, and once at the end of the day. Just 1 clove of garlic, which is why I've been telling people I'm going to eat foods that hurt. A lot of people can't stand to eat raw garlic. It's not that bad once you get used to it. And it sure beats getting sicker.
And garlic will never make you
I'll
sick,
admit that's
will it?
hot. So I use garlic regularly for any infection. If I get sick, I eat garlic. I do also have a tea that I researched and developed myself. Part of it was started for me, and then I added to it. But the main 4 ingredients are coltsfoot leaf, which you have to be careful about. Make sure it's the right variety. I believe it's the German variety that won't hurt your liver. Fenugreek seed, slippery elm bark, and licorice root. And what you do is you attain all 4 of these, which you can get at your common health food store typically, and you grind them up in equal proportions. 2 tablespoons to 1 12-ounce cup of boiling water, and you let that steep until it's about room temperature, and you drink that slowly. If you have a heart condition, though, if you have a known heart condition, you don't want to do this. What this tea does, you typically add some honey or sugar and some salt to it as well, because those are electrolytes, like Gatorade when they're mixed. And you just drink it slowly. And what that will do is ramp up your metabolism, which inherently ramps up your immune system. Your blood flow or your vascular system is extremely important to all kinds of healing. Now, the first time I tried that, I had a sore throat so bad that I was almost ready to go to the emergency room. However, I had family here, and I didn't want to waste my time in the emergency room. Plus, emergency rooms are dangerous when you're extremely brittle. So going to the emergency room, in my mind, is always like the last resort. Think about that. Imagine if you knew daily that if you got that injured, going to the emergency room was extremely dangerous. So that there again expresses my unique individualism with healthcare. For 4 hours, the first time I tried that tea, the swelling in my throat went down so fast that my tonsils actually became like empty bags or empty sacks. You could feel them. That was amazing. So now I use it every time I get sick. And the sooner you get it with the onset of symptoms, the better it helps. Now, I also deal with teeth that are breaking. Fortunately, I don't have any nerves in my teeth because I have an adjunct disorder called dentinogenesis imperfecta. And so I don't actually have the pain and I don't have the pulp in my teeth. The pulp is where your cavities can occur. But my teeth are brittle. So when I get an abscess in these teeth that are breaking slowly as I age, what I really need to do is avoid the dentist, which is not accessible, by the way. They always want you to put you in this ergonomic chair, right? It tilts back and it's shaped normally. Well, my knees point to the sides, not the way they're normally pointing. So if I sit in an ergonomic chair with brittle bones and knees that don't bend correctly, my legs are going to break. So I have never been to the dentist that I've actually been served. I've been kicked out of a few. So when I get an abscess, I do three things. I rinse it with peroxide, and I use a eyedropper. The next thing I do is I have 83% pure, the rest being olive oil, oregano oil, which, if you do your research, the ancient Greeks and Mediterranean area, they always use these herbs that we know as Italian classic herbs to treat infection. So again, self-researched, right? Because my situation was so unique. No one could tell me anything that actually worked. So again, with the eyedropper, I put that oil right into my tooth. Don't go over 10 seconds, because if you start going over 10 seconds, it's actually so potent, it will damage your gums. So immediately after, you rinse it with cold water. The other thing I do, fresh ginger. Again, just like garlic, it's antiviral, it's antibacterial, and it's antifungal. But it's not garlic, which means it works from a different angle or with different compounds. And so if you combine the ginger and the garlic, a lot of people don't have tolerance for raw ginger either.
We did have a question about the garlic and nausea. Does it help with nausea, or would it be the opposite? Does one of them cause it, or?
1 second.
No problem.
So what I do with the ginger is mince it up and pack it in the gum right next to the abscess, kind of like a poultice or chewing tobacco. If you know what a poultice is, that's a topically applied remedy. And what that will do is just add another layer of, again, antibacterial, antifungal. Pardon me, that was strong ginger.
That was a big piece.
Now, that's extremely unconventional. Another unconventional approach I take is to accessibility. When you have a disability, if we're going to doctors or the rehab therapists, they usually hand you a nice catalog with lots of fancy products. And they're pretty cookie cutter products, anything from furniture to keyboard tables and the like. The camera I'm using right now is actually attached to a homemade wooden keyboard stand, which works better for me than anything you could buy. And because it was made out of scrap lumber, it was free. Wow, that really was strong ginger. Wait till I get to the habanero. So I think the point here, if you can't tell, is that we're all unique and we're all individual and we all have our own health problems. Woo! So the other factor here is that this is not new knowledge. This is old knowledge. This is knowledge that we've seen regulated and mandated out of our society. It's almost wrong. So, you know, there's the accessibility issue. 3 or 4 years ago, I started the process to obtain a new wheelchair because I am on services. And what I discovered there was that they had changed the rules for how to qualify for what you need. And I no longer qualified for what I actually needed. I qualified for a chair that would injure me and decline my health within a matter of months. So rather than accepting a $19,000 garbage wheelchair from the taxpayers, we crowdfunded this one, which was at the time 20 years old. As you can see, my suit is ill-fitting too, because my body isn't exactly like everybody else's. But it has tilt, it has recline. It can push start an F-150 Ford pickup.
Wow.
Right? And I live in the country, so I need to be able to climb the hill. I grew up a farm boy. I'm wearing socks right now, and I can't stand it. So what was the solution there? The solution at first, or at hand originally, was to actually make my mics automated by voice, my TV, my computer remote, so that once the chair I was in, which is actually sitting just to my right because we're actually looking to repair it ourselves, was to go to the bed comfortably. That was my prerogative, was to try to make that end comfortable. And as I said, we're trying to repair the old chair. And in doing that, you know, I set up my eBay app, and the chair's name is unique. So the eBay app flagged me every time I opened it, and there was a sale for anything to do with that wheelchair. It's just about to buy the rear fork assembly for the rear wheels. And you know how when you swipe the app, you know, side to side, it shows you just a little bit of the next one. It's kind of like a teaser to get you to look.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm looking at this rear end assembly, and I'm looking, that looks like it could be a whole chair. Well, lo and behold, it was a whole chair. It was 20 years old, but barely used. And we did have to make some slight modifications to the seating for me, but otherwise it was perfect. Now think about this. $19,000 is what the taxpayers would have paid for me to have a wheelchair that would decrement me. We crowdfunded, created, and shipped this chair I'm sitting in right now for $6,500.
Wow.
And one of the things that people don't know is that we have all kinds of equipment closets, and we have all kinds of people who purchase wheelchairs or whatever accessibility equipment they need. Sometimes they pass away, or sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes it's just not as accessible for them, again, because of the unique situations. And that often gets wasted. Maybe they'll try to sell it once, but if it doesn't work out, to the dump it goes. Or if you're lucky, to an equipment closet. So if you're out there and you're suffering and you need something you can't find or don't have, look for an equipment closet, go on to eBay, check Craigslist, throw out a message, tell the people you know. Another advantage here is getting to know your community. And to that, I do have something I want to read. I don't have a clock in front of me, so I don't know how much time I have.
Oh, you have plenty of time.
Okay. So somebody asked me on a Facebook post about disabilities the other day, why do people have to be so effing weird around people? Now, this is someone who knows someone with a disability very closely, so to them it doesn't make sense for the reactions that you get. And I can tell you something about that. I'm not going to read it entirely, but psychologically, it does come down to the fight or flight response. Humans in general, if they're not very self-controlled, are beholden to that response. If it's not normal, if it's not something they're aware of, if it's not something they've seen before, it worries them or scares them, or they don't know how to approach it. And I'd like to point out that it was actually our own government that put this in place. The fight or flight response was always there, but through the 50s, 60s, and 70s, people with disabilities were removed from the community more often than not. Housed out of sight, out of mind. And out of sight, out of mind, it only takes one generation of that for it to become repetitive. And that's literally discarding human beings. And so now our communities are less accepting. We accept and expect people like myself to end up in a group home. And group homes are not fun. I don't care how nice they look. I don't care what the facade is. I don't care how sweet the people that talk to you when you go there are. They're not fun. It's not a good thing. And that's why taxation is theft. Because why do people end up in these homes, right? People end up in these homes because their families and their communities are taxed so hard that they literally don't have the choice. They can't afford to give the person what they need. And furthermore, these institutions are paid for or subsidized by taxes, and then don't provide what they need. They pretend to or act like they do, and insofar as the caregivers, the workers, the boots on the ground, they absolutely care and they absolutely try, but they are often beholden to rules that keep them from being successful, or at least lower their level of success. When I talk to social workers, my own social workers in particular, they're disheartened. You know, there's a heavy rollover rate for people who do this, and that's because they accept the job, take the job, seek the job because they want to help, and end up not being able to. However, you know, I'm gonna read off just the end of this. You know, only true freedom brings equality. An oppressive governing force, whether it's our government, a religion, or the nature of circumstance, which means the way I was born, perhaps, or if I fall, cannot be tolerated and must always be resisted, or else we shall forever be damned to our own self-made fate. We are literally punishing ourselves. And when you group disabilities as separate, you need to remember that unless you die suddenly, you will live in a period of disability at the end of your life. And I can tell you that retirement and elderly homes are often just as bad as any home for the disabled. And if you do your research and you go onto Google, you can look up all kinds of horrors that are current. But let's not get too negative here, right?
Right.
So only by retaining our rights, freedoms, and responsibilities, right? When you have a family member, they're a responsibility. Will this change? You know, taxation is theft and welfare sucks. Our communities deserve better. And in that regard, all right, so let's get to the positive swing about this, right? Living unconventionally, finding your own way, making your own way, will get you better results. You'll learn more about yourself. You'll learn more about your conditions. You'll learn more about treating yourself or your own accessibility needs. And now I live in an apartment of an entire house that is more accessible than anything I could ever get anywhere else. My family was extremely poor when I was born. We raised our own food, which means it's healthier, which probably is a good reason as to why I'm as healthy as I am. I'm literally described as one of the worst living cases of my condition and the most improved.
Wow.
To add to this, medical marijuana. I'm about to turn 37, and I'm a 25-year medical marijuana patient. It's only been legal to have for a year without a license. I've never had a license. There's a study out of, I think it was Israel, because they never had the laws that prevented medical study of marijuana. CBD in particular increases the connectivity and strength of collagen and healing bone. That's where they specifically studied it, was healing bone. Now, I was a growing child when I started marijuana. The condition is a mutation on the gene for collagen type 1, which acts like the rebar structure within your bone and most of your organs. So I'm the most improved. And I had marijuana. I'm alive 37 years beyond the date that I should be, and I had medical marijuana. Now, seeking your own solutions really, really works. The other thing about acceptance and inclusion in your community is sometimes you have to demand it. You have to be tenacious. You have to be stubborn. Again, I'm going to talk about myself because that's the best thing that I have to talk about. It's what I know the most about. And that's what you or anyone with a condition should know about the most, is yourself. How do I go through this? So I also do receive a drug called pamidronate, which is a bisphosphonate drug, similar to Fosamax, or you might have seen the commercials for Boniva for osteoporosis.
Okay.
This is a family of drugs that has been used since the 70s for various bone conditions dealing with fragility, being fragile. But when I was 14 years old and I discovered that there was some tests being done on people with osteogenesis imperfecta, what I found out was
No.
Sorry, everyone. Dre, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I don't know what's up with Thomas's feed. It just dropped. I'm going to send him a message if you want to talk a little bit and keep everyone entertained.
All right, so I'm learning a lot so far, and it's my first guest of the day. I cannot imagine dealing with all the health issues that Thomas has had to deal with so far, but it's really interesting to hear that there's so many natural remedies that people can use that they can easily access in their own backyard or their grocery store if they so choose to go that route. Excuse me, I don't know what's going on. I have the need to sneeze all of a sudden, and I cannot. So thanks everyone for joining us. I'm so excited to be here for the first annual Taxation is Theft Fest. I got right out and made my tank top the first day Dan invited me and to make sure that I was able to wear it for the show. Luckily, my mall is open, but there's like 4 or 5 stores open. Luckily, it was the t-shirt making place. So keeping those guys in business. No, I do not have the Rona faux. Thank you, though. Apparently, I'm immune. I don't know.
Yeah, Dre doesn't get sick ever.
It's weird. Yeah, my husband had the type A or B flu in January. He lost 20 pounds, coughed in my face every day. I was fine. Everyone was pissed. It's fine. I'm getting messages. Sorry. Any luck with getting Thomas back?
I think his internet hard cut on him because he hasn't even seen my message yet.
Oh, damn. Is he in a rural area?
I think so. I mean, he was talking about growing up in the country. I don't think that has changed in his life anytime recently.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Well, my next guest is going to be Josh Butterfield. We have a half hour till he comes up, but Josh is going to be talking about localism. So that'll be fun. I don't know much about Josh at all, so we'll learn together. Fun times, guys. So send me questions for Thomas if we get him back, or for Josh Butterfield, so that I have stuff to ask these guys.
So, sorry, I'm getting echoes with my mic. I hope I'm not blowing everyone out.
It sounds fine to me.
Okay, it's just me. Hey, if it's just me, I will take it.
Mhm.
Oh, it's probably because I have 2 StreamYards up. Let me mute myself over here. Okay. So thank you everyone for putting up with my crap today, with our sound being all messed up. We are working really hard to try to get it fixed while the stream is going on, and we're making progress, but it's not where we want it to be yet.
You guys have been doing great. They've been working hard, testing all week, working night and day to get this figured out, and it has not been an easy process. I could not have been helpful in that part of it.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop and let you two have it.
Oh man. So yeah, technology appears to have the coronavirus too.
Right.
Yeah, Thomas is he lives out in the boonies. It's actually really interesting. We have this like most of America lives in big cities, or so we think. Really, like I think half of the country lives in rural areas. And so we have a lot of us that are hosting the show are in rural areas. And Thomas is in a very rural area. I think he said his county has like just a few hundred people in it, or something insane like that. So of course, internet connectivity isn't always the best all the way out there in the woods. So we have problems like this. Yeah, he just messaged me and said his internet cut out, which is weird because like it never cuts out. Like I'll talk to him on the phone for like hours, like no problem at all. All right, I'm telling him to join back in whenever he can, whenever things stabilize. But yeah, hey guys, our crumbling infrastructure, we have to fix this. So he should be back in a minute. But yeah, so it looks like things are going overall pretty awesome, aside from a little technical issue here and there. He's trying to get in.
We should have started a drinking game every time somebody says rural.
Every time the internet goes out. That would be a good one. Hopefully, yeah, because hopefully we wouldn't be drunk by the end of the day.
Oh, God.
The suspense is killing me.
Oof.
As great as technology is, it certainly isn't perfect. That's right. Yeah, and it's really interesting, to see internet around the world and how it all works differently. A lot of people credit the government for inventing the internet, which I think there was like, they were funding to accelerate it, but ultimately it came from universities and people who were like, creating the technology. Most of everything that the internet works on is all open source. So there's been most of the mail servers, okay, except for Microsoft, which of course is a private company. Most of the mail servers, web servers, and everything else are run on open source software, which is software that people from the community just said like, hey, I want to create and work on this. Of course, all the cables and lines and everything that they put down are put down by all the telecom companies who want to make a profit. But that incentive, that profit incentive, has forced them to give us faster speeds and faster connections and everything else. So things are actually really decent. Of course, when you're kind of out in the woods in the rural area, yeah, take a shot every time I can't pronounce it right. That's where there's not as much of a profit incentive. So of course, that's where you don't always get the best connection. But what's really interesting is that's kind of where you see people, they're able to set up radio towers and kind of build onto their own network and expand what's already there. So through WISP networks. He's
WISP
cursing
networks?
at the, I'm not going to say the name of the company that provides his internet, but he's cursing at them. Let's just say it's one of the big ones.
What's a WISP?
WISP is what is it? It's I think it's wireless ISP, maybe, or wide area ISP. Basically, what they do is, so you have like the internet backbone and everything is all fiber, and then as you get further out to like the rural areas, take another shot. You eventually what happens is somebody gets a wired connection to a tower. They set up a tower which has an antenna on it, but it's and it varies on the systems, but sometimes they're a very direct system. There was this company that had like a really interesting model where, so they'll have this antenna and they'll shoot a very direct signal to different hub houses, and those houses would basically get the direct connection, and then those hub houses would then spread it out to all the local houses in that area. So or if it's rural, it's still kind of spread out, but it's a pretty interesting system where you're not too dependent on everybody connecting to one main tower, because that can create problems, especially when that tower is really far away and like you need more signal strength to get further. And if you have just a few houses, the hub houses with a strong signal, that's fine. They're not interfering with each other. But if every house has a strong signal, then all the way up to this tower right in the middle, it can make things messy. So, and I'm probably getting like way too technical for anybody who cares.
I feel like I'm in training class. I love it.
I don't think he's coming back. I think we lost him. He said he went outside to send me a message because his
oh no.
So I guess it didn't come back. He's messaging me from his cell phone.
From it. Okay.
Well, I hope you guys had a good talk.
We did. It was great. And, he covered a lot of interesting things, and I'm sure I learned a lot. I'm going to go back and get that tea rewatch and write down that tea recipe.
He is an awesome cook, and he's always pissing me off because he's just posting pictures of like all the food that he makes, and it's like amazing.
I need to start
like
cooking.
He serves dishes. I mean, like when I cook at home, it's like, I throw some crap on a plate and it's like, here it is. Yeah, it looks like food. And like his is like, it looks like it just came out of like, a 5-star restaurant.
Oh, he's got all the presentation and everything going on too.
Yeah. And he's not even trying. He's just that good. It's amazing. Let's see. So Arvin is coming up next, and it looks like he was just here getting ready.
Arvin's going to be on the B track.
What's that?
Or this one? Is he going to be on
That's
this?
the
track?
other track.
Okay.
Oh, I'm getting my wires mixed.
That's why you have us.
Yeah, this is really like a big effort. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that everybody can't see. So thank you guys for bearing with us. Thanks for watching the stream. Please make sure you share everything. And like I said, there's going to be a lot of really good information. And as the day goes on, we're really going to get into it. We have, let's see, coming up on this channel, we're going to have 2 people speaking about how you don't have to pay income tax, and that's really going to be awesome. We've got John McAfee. He's going to be here for a little bit. We've got Josh Dial, a lot of people know from the Tiger King show. We've got Killian Hobbs, he's got a really interesting way to talk about how to have an argument with people. And how to win, and like how this is really interesting because like we all have these conversations, and especially because like taxation is theft. A lot of libertarians hate me for being so vocal about taxation is theft because they think it scares people away, and I'm like, no. If you have the right conversation, it's a great conversation starter, and it allows us to start that conversation and really open people's minds to things. But if you try to be soft about it and not engage that conversation, then you're just, you're just shooting the breeze. Nothing is going to come out of that. So that's really interesting. But you do need to know what you're saying, and you do need to understand who you're talking to. So we've got a sex work panel coming up later today. That's going to be awesome. And everything I'm saying right now is just on this track. We have another track which has lots of other stuff. So check that out too. Switch back and forth. These are really awesome. And of course, go to that website up there, titfest.org. LK Samuels is actually going to be on the other track later tonight, and he's really awesome. He's got a really good book called In Defense of Chaos, which is just absolutely amazing. And he talks about chaos and order in nature and also how it relates to government. So, and he's got another new book out called Killing History. And that's, he's going to be talking more about that tonight. So definitely check those out. So I think Tom is out. So I'm going to do this. Let's go to our, let's take a break, and we'll be back in a little bit with our next speaker, who is going to be Josh Butterfield. And we'll see you guys back here in a few.
All right.
That's a messy desktop. I know. I'm supposed to actually, hang on a second. There you go.
Hello and welcome back to Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. I'm your host, Dre, from Drunken Disorderly Media and Podcast. I'm here to introduce our next guest, Josh Butterfield. He's going to talk to us about localism. From the dawn of time, we have been ruled by corrupt leaders. Josh has a plan to give the power of the people for once in history by giving local communities absolute power over all governments. Let's welcome Josh.
Hello.
Hello.
This is my first time ever doing something. All right. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry. This is my first time ever doing this, so I'm really nervous. Really yeah, I have a lot of ideas. I want to try to get out there to help the world. I think our federal government is no longer in the people's hands. And governments really aren't. Since the dawn of time, there's just always been a leader having power over the masses and taking advantage of them. And I feel that we as a civilization species need to figure out a way beyond this and some way to govern ourselves. You're corrupted. Greed is a part of mankind, something that we have to own up to, and that it'll never change. So we have to find some way to beat greed, basically. I think giving power to people over other people is a good idea, because once again, greed will always overcome someone. So how do we beat that? What do we do? Right now, our federal government, it takes millions of dollars to become president or to run for the Washington, D.C. or anything. You have to take that money and light it on fire. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's a fair system for everyone. It's just all a puppet show, really. If you got to burn a couple $1 million and just gamble it, most people can't do that. That's not a logical free society. So what could we do to get the power back? And my idea is to try and put the power into local communities' hands. According to the Constitution, our founding fathers were great minds that wanted freedom and make sure we always had freedom. And that's why they did the right thing. With jury trial, that puts power in all the communities. So if someone wants to be locally, they band together, which trial. It's most judges talk about, but it's
Okay, he's having some technical difficulties there. I think we'll try and get him a better connection and get him back in a couple minutes. He must be in a rural area too. Let's have another. I'm only drinking water and it's going to stay that way. Yes, J. Ramon. Oh my God, I'm already flipping words around and it's not even. Bear with me, guys. It's going to be a long day. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm being told to check my messages. Yeah, we're just going to try and see what we can see, guys. This is a test run for all intents and purposes. For the most part, we've been trying our best. Oh, he's back. I wish these had timestamps. All right, maybe.
I'm leaving him in the lobby until.
All right, until he gets connected.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, much like the guests, I don't check the private chats here. So because they don't blink and they don't have timestamps, that's very unuseful. But you know, this stuff does blink. So here we go.
Oh no. Am I back? Or is this? Am I on the show now?
Yes, you're back. I can hear you.
I am so sorry.
That's okay. Are
I'm
you
so
in a
sorry.
rural area?
I live kind of. I am. How did you know? Could you? Yeah, that's. I'm glad. I'm glad you understand. I'm so sorry.
The connection is indicative of it, so it's okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But yeah, I just want to try and give the power to the people locally, and just any way possible we can do that. If we created our own laws, I think that we need to embrace our individuality. And the reason most people are divided and so angry right now is because each side has their ideas that they're trying to impose on the other side, and neither side wants to live by the other side's ways, and each side just wants the freedom to do what they want on their own. And I think we need to figure out how to embrace that and make that a reality, to where we could just have each side get what they want, basically, and just create their own reality locally. And if you don't like what's going on, just move somewhere else. And everybody gets to embrace their own individuality, create the laws they want. As long as we follow two fundamental laws: no victim, no crime. So if there's no victim, you can't harm anyone. They're free to go. So freedom will reign supreme ultimately. And if somebody has been harmed, then you are faced and subject to due process and local laws, however the local community seems fit anywhere around the world. I have a lot of other ideas as far as helping the world and stuff that I want to get out there. I got free energy ideas.
So one question we always ask everybody on my show, because one of my top fans, sorry, you're getting choppy, so I'm going to fill a little space here till your connection gets a little bit better. One of my top fans always asks how people feel about nuclear energy.
I went about nuclear energy. It takes 18 months for a nuclear, and in order for it to happen, I mean, it's 10 years down as well. So a plant is dangerous. If society was to break down and a solar happened, 18 years happened right now. Power, or all our grids would be down. Everything would be without help from the outside world. They have to have I don't know the ins and outs of it, and you also have to have somebody there. But there's no plan down for somebody to stay at these nuclear power plants and watch them and make sure that they don't take care of them, to make sure they don't go nuclear and blow up the world, basically. So I think society.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Josh. Can you do me a favor? Your connection is still super choppy, and I'm getting about every other word, if that. Why don't you try? Can you just try hit the stop camera button, and then it should stabilize your audio.
Can you hear me now? So
it's still super choppy. I can hear you, but it's still super choppy. So yeah, it was suggested by the producer, if you stop the camera, your audio should stabilize and we should be able to hear you, and maybe you can turn your camera back on in a minute.
Hello, testing. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, I can hear you. So gotta love the country internet. We deal with this so often. Too bad the infrastructure is not there for folks out in the country to have a stable internet so that we can communicate better with each other. All right. Okay, so it looks like your camera is doing a little bit better.
Okay. I guess I'm no, I'm so sorry. Is there a way I could come back on later? If I went to somewhere and got better connection?
Like, I'm not sure about that. I think the schedule is pretty booked, but we've been having some slots opening up. Maybe, like if I said, if you could maybe stop your camera for a couple minutes, that could help with the audio. There should be a button at the bottom. It just says stop cam.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I tried it. I'm gonna go somewhere. Where I can get better service? Could I come on the show later? Is that possible?
Yeah, just shoot one of us a message.
Can I come back on later? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go get better service.
All right. Actually, you know what? You sound way better now. It's not choppy, so let's just go ahead and try and see how it goes.
Okay. I guess if it gets bad again, maybe just do this. Give me a timeout sign, because on my end it's kind of bad for you too. Sometimes you just disappear and you're not even there, and I don't know if I'm talking or if I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is so embarrassing. But yeah, I just have other ideas as far as nuclear energy. I feel we need to be prepared and have at least enough materials to be able to run for the time them down. 11 years, basically 11 and a half years, 10 years for the cores, or 18 months for the main reactor, and then the spent fuel rods, 10 years outside. But free energy, I got an idea for basically you take a swing set, and on the shaft that goes through the middle of the swing set, or on the top of the peak of the swing set, if this pencil is a shaft, that would be the top of the swing set. That shaft sits there and spins. You have a generator on each side, and you have you put a 50-gallon drum on each side, connected by a wire, and it pulls and goes up. One side moves down, up, and you just basically put a bunch of generators on it. That would be a free energy idea, especially if you took a pump at the bottom, put it back up to the top. They say it's impossible, but just look up the design, and I've had engineers look at it. Nobody can tell me that it wouldn't work. Everybody says in theory it should work, and it should produce free over unity energy. Another idea I want to do is I want to take plastic machines and the homeless, like in big cities and stuff, put these plastic machines under overpasses and have them recycle the plastic in the cities, and they'd clean up cities, and then they would take that plastic and be able to have building materials, 2x4s, basically plastic plywood, and build cities underneath overpasses for the homeless, so they could in fact build themselves shelter and clean up the city at the same, getting two birds stoned at once. So I think it's a great idea that would really help the world a lot. I'm real into just any idea that I can to just help clean and stuff like that. I mean, I feel together as society, we all need to work together and realize what we're doing, because if we're taking more of any natural resource than we're producing, we're basically on a path for self-destruction. If we consume more than we produce, we're destined for self-destruction. So we have to do something Henry Ford did it in the 1930s. He built cars and ran cars on hemp. You can have hemp concrete. You can build basically anything out of hemp. I even want to create a currency based on hemp, to where it's like a local farmers market style, where people can bring in raw hemp and distribute dollars, and it would have to be under extreme supervision, because I believe currency manipulation is one of the problems that's plagued mankind since the dawn of time as well. Is that the manipulation of our currency always gives somebody the ability for corruption. So we have to overcome that as well. But a local hemp farmers market would be great, because then you could bring in raw hemp, get these hemp dollars, and then people who wanted to use the products for hemp oil, hempcrete, or whatever you want to make could come in and trade these hemp dollars, and you could have local community-based hemp.
It's amazing how
1 acre of
underutilized
hemp
hemp
produces
is.
300
There's,
acres of earth. Exactly.
isn't
Exactly.
there
There's
literally
so
like
much,
thousands
so
of
many
products
uses we
that
could
it
use for it.
can be used for? Yep.
Right. Right. It could take the place of everything. Instead of plastic just destroying the planet, we could use biodegradable thing too. It's like a super. So all the planet with the oil and stuff, destructing the ozone. I mean, we could pull all that back out with hemp, and as opposed to burning it up with oil, we could have clean, renewable hemp, and it would change the world on so many different aspects. If we just used hemp instead of oil, we'd clean the planet. I mean, everything we've done to destruct the world with oil, we could clean with hemp. And poor people, homeless people or whatever, they could just go plant seeds wherever and grow their own resources and money to get out of debt or whatever. I mean, I think it's a huge resource that we haven't been utilizing to the fullest. A lot of things we haven't been doing. I also have another idea. Once again, back to the current. This is where if you to measure a lot of people that don't have that throughout history, every single time we've done that, it's shown that the only way to do it is to give up they may have intentions over time. That whole greed thing back, eventually corrupted, and that leads to genocide and mass problems throughout history, because it's just shown time and time again that when you give any person that much power, they'll be corrupted and they'll use it for bad things. So I don't think that's a great idea. I think we need to make it fair, but at the same time, I mean, that's not the best idea. And then capitalism, once again, is a great idea because it makes you strive hard, and if you work real hard, you get reimbursed for how hard you work. It's a great idea. The problem with capitalism, though, is that we have to realize over time it can get monopolized, and it can get completely owned by an elite group of people, and that's where we're at right now. A couple people own as much as the bottom half of the rest of the world, and I mean, it's just insane. That's not a fair system. That's not fair to the rest of the world. Generations before us, I can't help what my ancestors did in the world that they created, and it's made the way it's set up. It's just created an unfair system for all of us, because there's just so many people that have cornered capitalism and won the game that there's no access or ability for other people to play anymore. So the only logical solution we have is to try and merge both sides. We want to take the positives of socialism and making it fair for everybody, and we want to take the positives of capitalism and we're giving freedom to everyone. And that's where I think that we should have a way to start a whole currency. I think all currencies should be able to flourish and compete, but start one that's more predominant than the others. And if everybody agrees to it, just like a social contract, the only reason we agree to the dollar now is because we just socially agree to it. It's just what we hold to be value. All it is a worthless piece of paper. Fundamentally, it holds no value. It's backed by nothing. It used to be backed by gold, but no longer. I mean, that's been away a long time ago. I feel that we need to do something else. So if you back it even by gold, I love the gold-backed standard, but here's the problem: that can be monopolized too. So what do you do when all of the gold in the world's been monopolized, and the same people that can monopolize the world have power? So what do you do to take that ability to monopolize it away? That's where we're at. So I think for every human life that is created, humans should get a fair and equal chance at this world. So if we start a new currency and make it open to where nobody ever has power off of it, you can't print money, you can't, because printing money is inflation. That's robbing from the other masses. So that's robbing from people anytime you print money. So it has to be factored in. So anytime money would be printed, you would have to let it be known to the public so everybody could factor in their inflation rates to their goods and services that they're producing. So here's the plan for my dollar. I know it's kind of crazy, but for every human life, when you turn 20 years old, you get $100,000. It leaves, make sure every single person has a free and equal chance at this world to go out into the world and profit. And there's your socialism aspect. You, no matter what, you know that you get a fair chance at this world. A fair chance. It doesn't matter what your parents or grandparents or anybody did. And then from there, you take the best of capitalism and you go out and you can spend it all on crack tomorrow and blow your whole $100,000. That's on you. Or you could go out and create a business and be a millionaire in a couple years and create great things. So that's where capitalism is allowed to flourish. And at that point, you have no reason. If you go and you waste your $100,000 in your life money, then that's your fault. You know, you had a fair chance, blew it, and this would create a new currency. And so here's the deal: is that every year there's going to be a whole new influx of 20-year-olds. So you factor in the inflation, and on the first year, you release the money to the 20-year-olds. You release how much money is dispersed, and let every single person factor in the inflation rate, and the inflation rate never changes. Where the money always at all times. Nobody is ever allowed to manipulate or control the currency. The only way you can get your money is in person and sober. And if you can never have loans against it before you're younger, that way your parents or grandparents or anybody can't get your money. The only time you can get your money is when you're 20 years old. You walk in there in person and get your money. And that's the only way you can get it. And it has a camera on it the entire time, and from the time it's printed until the time it's dispersed to you. That's just a couple of the major points of the ideas I have. I love this the idea of this because this is taxation is theft. I mean, I'm talking to my people. You guys understand what I'm talking about. So most of the time people look at me like I'm freaking crazy. So I'm trying to hit the bigger points here and just the bigger stuff. A lot of the other stuff I try and work with other people because they don't get it. And I'll talk about this and people get a little nervous, but I think you guys get it and you understand it. I really appreciate you guys having me on the show today. I do have a book I wrote. It's called The Handbook to Freedom and World Peace. There's a world peace treaty in there where I'm trying to make peace in the world because my kids, I'm just worried about the world they're going to inherit. That's what gets me the most. That's kind of why I'm doing all this. Is because my boys were born. My youngest boy was born 1 pound 5 ounces. He was premature. I've caught bigger crappie than that. It's just my oldest boy is 3 pounds 11 ounces, and I'm worried about the world they're going to inherit. I used to work on the road, and I missed a lot of their first steps and stuff like that. And I used to think I grew up real poor, and I used to think that I had to give them the best world and everything I wanted as far as financially. And it hit me, they don't need me. Or they don't need money, they need me. And so I gave up everything, and I've been committed to trying to help him. The past away. He was 1 pound even, and I promised him that I was going to do everything I could to make the world better for his brothers, and tried to do. It's just led me through a lot of heartache. I'm still plugging on, and I'm still trying to do what I can to make the world a better place and help people and help my kids' future. That's where it's at. I don't think that I'm just really scared for what's going on between the wars and the loss of our freedoms and everything. I'm worried for their future. But yeah, so I wrote a book to freedom and world peace. It's all about freedom. The answer to everything is always freedom. Doesn't matter left, right. Just freedom should always be the answer. I got a website. No, I don't even really have a website yet. I'm just kind of winging this. I won't lie. I got a Facebook page, Freedom Press. I've never plugged thing before, so I'm not good at this. Freedom Press 411, and my YouTube page. I just posted one video.
Freedom Press 411, and what's your YouTube?
Whole Freedom Press Media. Freedom Press Media, what it should be on. Okay. And then or whatever. Have I used my time? I probably used my time, huh?
No, we still have some time left. I just did want to make sure you got those plugs in there. I was oh, no, we're getting a little choppy again. You had such we had such a great little run there for a little bit with his internet connection, and then it just went back to being choppy again. So I don't know if we're going to wait for Josh to come back or if we are going to take a break and wait till the next speaker comes on. I'm just going to wait till I get a message, guys. Long John, thanks for your comments.
We're probably going to just roll into the next speaker at this point because bringing him back is only going to be for 5 to 10 minutes at most anyway.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So yeah, everyone, thank you for your patience on our tech issues. Our next couple of guests, I think, are podcasters and as part of what they do, so they shouldn't have the tech issues. I say that as I've had nothing but tech issues today.
Right. And Aaron constantly drops on our show. Oh, that's a nice screen. Oh, am I live or no?
Hello and welcome back. I hope you're loving Taxation is Theft Fest. You guys, I'm having a great time this morning, leading into this afternoon. If anything, it's kind of been entertaining watching some of the challenges we've had coming through the interwebs. Tis the joy of doing these events online, right? There's a lot of variables. It's not really that different than a live event where you're live and in person. There's a lot of variables that we're dealing with. So we're going to get through it, though. And I'm real excited to bring up our next guest after reading through what he is going to be talking about with us. I became very intrigued. So I will be paying close attention in the wings here. And I'm going to butcher your last name because that's as a teacher, that's what I do. I butcher names, right? But Paymon Medaheda, right? Basically coming in to talk to us about becoming free from the IRS slavery system. Paymon is a founder and president of Freedom Law School that he founded back in 1996. Paymon has not filed or paid income tax for 30 years by following the strict language of the law, and has helped many people do the same. Are you personally ready to become free of the IRS slavery system? I know I am. Let's bring Paymon up and see what he has to say to us. Welcome to the show, Paymon. Can we hear you? Can we hear you? Paymon, you're on. Are you with us? Okay. He's muted now. Let's unmute the mic. I can't unmute that. It looks like he's muted on his end. And it doesn't look like he can hear me, which is interesting. Can you hear me is the question. Those of you that are watching live right now, can you hear me? If you're playing the drinking game, can you hear me? Okay. Paymon, can you hear me? Okay, you're muted on your end. I see your mouth moving, but I don't hear you. I can't unmute you. It's giving me a message that says that your microphone is not connected. So while we work through that situation here, let's talk a little bit about the IRS, right? Let's talk about this entity, this mystical entity that has this code, this book of codes that they follow, and somehow magically determine through a series of voodoo rituals and sacrificial goats and lambs, they decide who owes money and who doesn't. Now, if you ask me, I absolutely wholeheartedly believe that income tax is theft. I do get some heck from some of my fellow libertarians because I will speak favorably of what I call voluntary taxes. If I choose to go buy a boat and you're going to charge me taxes on that boat, by all means, I have made a decision to have a voluntary tax. Income tax is not voluntary. They take it from you before you even see it. They take it right off the top. Can you imagine if you had to sit down and write a check every 2 weeks, every month when you get your paycheck to cover what they take right off the top of your paycheck? How would you feel? I wouldn't feel it. And then, let alone when it comes time to get your money back from the government, and they come back and tell you, no, we're just kidding. You actually owe money this year. We decided that you arbitrarily owe more dollars. Looks like Paymon is back with us here. Let's see if we can bring him back online. Zach, if you're trying. Oh, I got it. Okay, let's see. He's still muted. Paymon, can you hear me? Okay, not yet. Not yet. We have you muted still. Let's see if we can unmute you. Says your mic is not connected still. So maybe we could start sending smoke signals. No. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We got you. Yeah. Welcome. This would not be an online event if we did not have tech issues, right?
Yes,
so, sir, I'm so happy to hear what you have to say to us at this point. I gave you an intro. I don't know how much of the intro you heard, but I went through your little bio that you sent us here, and very curious to hear about how you made it work for you and for others to break away from that slavery system that we're all so enshrined in. So the screen is yours.
Thank you. Well, folks, as you know, my name is Paymon. I'm the founder and president of Freedom Law School that I founded in 1996. I come from Iran of Jewish descent, came to land of the free, home of the brave, so I was told. And I found out it's not a free country. I joined the Libertarian Party in 1989 as soon as I became a U.S. citizen at the age of 27. In 1992, I heard income tax is a fraud, a lie, that you are not required to file an income tax. I've not filed an income tax for 30 years. IRS well knows about me. Freedom Law School, I am the biggest figure in a tax honesty movement exposing the fact that no law requires you, my friends, to file and pay income tax. I know it's incredible to hear that. I know your head gaskets are blowing. How could it be? I'll go to jail if I don't file and pay income tax. I will disabuse you of all that brainwashing of decades, hopefully as best as I can, in this short time frame that I have. So let's go to the presentation. I'm going to show it to you, but I want you first know this, okay? I'm going to warn you, once the bell is rung, it can never be unrung. Once you take the red pill, which I'm about to give you, the illusion can never be restored. Once you enter the reality zone, which I'm about to take you to, you can never return to Twilight Zone from which you came. So here we go, folks. Let's go for the ride together. First of all, I want you to know that for over 20 years, I've had this, 3 $100,000 income tax rewards that no IRS agent, employee, lawyer, or judge has ever attempted to claim it. Never. Not one. The first 100,000 is for anybody that can show me the law or statute written by Congress of the United States requiring the average American to file income tax, confession form, misnamed return, and pay an income tax. 2, show how Americans can file an income tax confession form, misnamed return, without giving up their Fifth Amendment right to be silent, not to give any information to the government that may be used to prosecute them. Because guess what? In every criminal tax prosecution, your 1040 income tax form is blown up big in front of the jury, and they use all that information against you. That's what they do. So how can you fill out a 1040 form, that confession form under oath, and not be used against you? It's always used against you. It's like giving up your right to free speech, right to press, right to have religions of your faith. Well, you don't have to give those rights up to pay for anything else, right? Why do you have to give up your right to be silent when it comes to taxes? You don't, because no law requires you to do that in the first place. Third, folks, the other 100,000 for anybody that can prove to me that the 16th Amendment or change to the Constitution of the United States, which according to the IRS and modern courts permitted the income tax to exist, was lawfully added to the United States Constitution. Now, these 3 rewards were based upon the book written by my most famous student that you will hear this weekend from, a former gun-carrying IRS special agent with the IRS's Criminal Investigation Division. His job, Joe Bannister, was to put people in prison for not having filed and paid income taxes. And what happened, folks? Joe contacted me in 1997, heard about income tax being a fraud, and I educated him. He wrote a book in 1999 that Freedom Law School distributed and put it out there. He gave it to the IRS to refute. They could never refute him. And debates were set up between him and the IRS and the government lawyers in Department of Injustice. In D.C., he flew from California to D.C. to meet with these guys many times. They never show up. They never send one government lawyer, one employee to show their former gun-carrying criminal agent, hey, here's the law you missed. That's the law that requires all Americans to file an income tax. They never did that, okay? So these are three things in his book were written, and the reward was based upon his book that, that I have it on there. Let's go now. Let's look at your 1040 forms, folks. When you fill out a 1040 form, here you have to sign at the end of it. And what does it say? Under penalties of perjury. Under penalties of perjury. What is that? It's a tiny line. I love the first few words for you to read, but it's tiny font. You can't read it. You don't understand it. You just sign on the dotted line because they tell you to. You think you have to. Yes. And when you do that, you put the rope literally around your own neck and hand it to the IRS on the ledger. Anytime you want to put me in jail, IRS, pull on it, pick on me on the lottery, and have me be the guy you try to put in jail. Because that's exactly what they do. You know what penalty of perjury mean? No, you don't know what that means. Well, folks, when you sign the form, you're saying that on the penalty of perjury under oath, you swear to it, like before a jury and a judge, that everything on it is true, correct, and complete. True, correct, and complete in every way. In other words, you understand this Internal Revenue Code. This is the federal tax laws right here. It's my copy, personal copy, okay? You understand all these tax laws, right? Look at all this toilet paper thin stuff, right? These tiny font laws. You understand it, read it, know how it applies to you in every way, and it's completely by the book. True, correct, and complete in every way. And if you don't, you tell the IRS, put me in prison. That's what you're doing. You're telling the IRS, if it's not in every way true, correct, and complete, go ahead. Put me in prison. Because I don't understand it. I don't understand this Internal Revenue Code, the tax laws. I just signed a form because I thought I had to. There's a law requiring me to. And if I don't, I'll go to jail. That's why I filed it, because I'll go to prison if I don't fill it out. So I just signed it there. Don't understand it. TurboTax did it for me. The accountant, CPA did it for me. You know, the tax lawyer did it for me. And so I just did it. But guess what? When you do that, you're greasing your way to prison, my friend. Okay, I'm going to show you how that works. I'm going to disabuse you of this myth that if you file 1040, if you stop filing, you're going to go to prison. It's a big lie that when you stop filing, you go to prison. I'm going to show it to you right now. Let's go to Freedom Law School's website. Everybody at livefreenow.org. If you want to live free, this is a website you want to go. livefreenow.org, Freedom Law School's website. Then what you do, go under Education Materials tab, drop down to the first item, the Eye-Opening Education. And when you click on the Eye-Opening Education, folks, it'll take you to this page. Here, what does it say? Folks, your odds, okay, of being sent to prison for not filing 1040 income tax confession forms are lower than your odds of being struck by lightning. Yes. As amazing as that sounds, I'll show it to you. I'll prove it to you. The enemy doesn't want you to know how strong you are by the law and how weak they are. They want you to believe that the IRS is this all-powerful, omnipresent, all-intelligent, organized entity that if you stop file those 10-4 income tax confession form, you're going to go to prison. Folks, this is no different than the movie Matrix. When Morpheus on top of the building in the movie Matrix was going to jump over to the other side on the other tall building about 300 yards away. And before he did that, he turned to Neo and said, free your mind. Before he jumped over. Remember that scene? You ought to watch it again. Because I'm going to do that right now. I'll show you how free your mind if you let me. Okay? So let's go back to the presentation. Folks, the odds of prison sentence for failure to file a tax return charges is 1 in 1.3 million. And odds of being struck by lightning are 1 in 2 million. Yes. Okay. And why is that? Well, let's go back to the, here's the thing, folks. The reason is this, folks, because the actions that are most likely to land you in jail on income tax are 3 easy steps. Number 1, file a 10-4 income tax confession form, misnamed a return, with the IRS under penalties of perjury, under oath, like jury and judge, right? I showed you right here again, under penalties of perjury, oath, which means throw me in prison if everything on this page is not true, correct, or complete, right? Then number 2, pay what you think you owe on it. Yeah. Pay. Go ahead. Pay what you think you owe. And then all I have to do is wait. Wait for the IRS to pick on your 10-4 income tax confession form, disagree with your confession, and charge you criminally. Now, I think I'm exaggerating. I'm kidding. I'm not. Watch. This is a picture you see on the right of you of a picture of a U.S. tax court judge, Judge Krupa. Okay, right? She went to prison because for what? For filing 1040 tax confession forms for 10 years. Okay, she filed. The 3 easy steps above is exactly what this former U.S. tax court judge, Diane Krupa, took. She went to prison for religiously filing and paying her 1040 tax forms every year. Yet, when the IRS came after her, Judge Krupa, who's supposed to know tax, who's authority in tax law, ruled on it every day against the government and the people, did not even try to put up a defense and go to trial. Instead, she pled guilty to reduce her potential tax sentence, which was over 10, close to 20 years. She could have gone to prison. That's right, over 20 years she could have gone to prison, reduce it to only 34 months. Now, this is not made up stuff, folks. You can click on this stuff you see right here. Here's a click on the Forbes article, April 2016, about her, Judge Krupa going to prison. Okay, I'm not making this stuff up. You can also go down to a local CBS News story about it, okay? So, for those of you watching this program, guess what? I bet you most of you have already taken the first 2 steps. Just keep taking the first 2 steps. File and pay every year like Judge Krupa, and then wait. And wait. And wait some more. And be nervous. Because you just might be as lucky as Judge Krupa and get yourself sentenced to prison like Judge Krupa. Yep. And I tell you what, this works especially well if you're a small business owner, commissioned salesperson, independent contractor, or professional who has a lot of business expenses and deductions to keep track of and do not have withholding from your paycheck. Every single one of you who's a small business owner, commission sales agent, independent contractor, you all are cheating on your tax forms, ready to go to jail like Judge Cooper. Every single one of you. I've had people tell me that, oh, I got a great accountant, knows this stuff, you know, he's a good Jewish accountant. And I pay only $5,000 a year in income tax. How much you make? Oh, I make about $100,000. No way, Jose. You could not pay so little without cheating. Folks, even Judge Krupa, who ruled on this income tax laws, authority couldn't defend. You would not even defend it. Wouldn't go to trial. How could TurboTax, your bookkeeper, accountant, CPA, or tax lawyer, better than Judge Krupa to defend you? How? See, you never thought about that. Okay, let's go on, folks, to the presentation. Okay, now, now I'm going to show you now some more from the presentation. We're going to switch on to the presentation. Okay, here we go. This is from the IRS's own website, irs.gov. By the way, this information no longer is there. They took it out. They took it out of their website, but I know how to get it from the Wayback Machine. This IRS total criminal cases that put people in jail in all categories for years 2014, 15, and 16, right? Total convictions, the highlighted yellow line for 2014 was about 3,100, 2015 about 2,900, and 2016 about 2,700. This is on all categories for everybody. Look at the bottom part. The bottom part, folks, wasn't there. I took this different stuff, parts of the matrix of lies, put them here for you to compare and see, right? So you can see it. And guess what? IRS no longer has this information on the website. Give me our Freedom Catalog, guys. I want to show it to them because Freedom Law has been putting this stuff out there for you to see, and they found out. So it took this information out of the website so you cannot find it, but I have it right here. Look at the second part, folks, okay? So, okay, here we go. This is criminal investigation non-file initiative of the IRS, okay? In the same years of 14, 15, 16, folks, look at this. They, in 2014, had only 192 convictions for non-filers. In 2015, went down to 167. 2016 went down some more to 159. So guess what? How many filers went to jail? Well, take, for example, your 2016, this 2,672 number from 159 for non-filers, and you see over 2,500 filers went to prison, were convicted. I've not actually not even go to prison. They got convicted. Whereas only 159 non-filers, that's about 15 times more filers went to jail, convicted of tax crime, than non-filers. Look at that. You just cannot swallow these numbers because it blows you away. You can't believe that, okay? Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I'll pay Paymon. That's easy. The reason is because most everybody files income tax returns, right? That's why the number of non-filers is so small, right? Well, let's take a look and see what the IRS has to say about the topic. Okay, here we go, folks. I got here a letter of the IRS, the real paper tiger exposed, I call them. Okay, I'm gonna from Department of Treasury, Internal Revenue Service in Washington D.C., written September 24th, 1998. I'm gonna go. Let's blow up this letter a little bit more. Okay, here it is, folks. This letter was written to Mr. Dwan Abel in Oregon. Dear Mr. Abel, thank you for your letter to Mr. Charles O. Rosati, Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, dated 1998. We are pleased to provide you with the following information. The good old IRS. He used to give you information that was so useful, you will not find this letter any place else on the internet. Nowhere. I got the only copy out there of this eye-opening letter, my friends, okay? Look at this. Here's what the IRS says. Look at the underlined part in the next paragraph. Based on our 1996 tax filing program, we estimate, they don't know, folks, they're estimating there are approximately, look at that number, folks, 63 million taxpayers who have not filed a tax return and initially would appear to have a legal requirement to file. That means, folks, this is not somebody who made $500 or $5,000. They made like above the minimum fine requirement per IRS's own numbers. Those people who made over $10,000 or $20,000 a year, 63 million non-filers back in 1996, 24 years ago. How old were you back then? 24 years ago, right? So let's get back to it. Now, where do these numbers come from, right? Well, the IRS says this estimate, not a number that they know for sure, it's only an estimate, is based on data available to the service, to the IRS, on the individual master file, IRS's own computer system. Now, check this out, folks. Did you notice the word estimate? They don't even know. They don't know how many non-filers out there, do they? So when you stop filing any income tax, you're thinking, oh no, if I stop filing, they're gonna find out. Dave here stopped filing. That's me. They're gonna say, hey, Dave used to file every year religiously. Stop. Go call him. Go send him a letter. Go to his home. Hey, Dave, go charge him, put him in jail. You're gonna go to jail. They're gonna contact you and put you in jail, right? Is there 63 million non-filers in prison? Only less than 150. The numbers are going down. Very tiny number. Yeah. And there's something else, folks. The average is to come after you when you don't file 1 year. You gotta don't file and pay income tax for a minimum of 5 years. 5 years before they even thinking about looking at you. When they come after somebody for not filing, you must have not filed for like 8-9 years before they come after you. So you take this 63 billion number, by the way, in 1996 non-filers. By the way, with population growth, now the best estimate we have is there's about 80 million non-filers. 80 million. And according to the IRS, less than 150 million tax returns are filed every year. You can look it up. So that means, folks, out of every 3 Americans that work, 2 file a 1040 income tax confession form, and 1 does not. You go walk the street, talk to people that they made some money. 1 out of 3 did not file a 1040 income tax confession form, and you don't know. They're saying, I hope nobody finds out. I hope nobody looks at me because I haven't filed for 2 years or 5 years. And I don't know if the IRS is going to come after me. I'm scared. Don't know what to do, but you know. So if you multiply that, that's where you get that your chance of being hit by lightning or more, then you go to prison for not having filed and paid income tax. So that's number 1. You got that? Do not file those confession forms. Now I'm going to tell you something else, folks. IRS has been spying on me since 1993. At 1993, before I even found the Freedom Law School, folks, they had me on the criminal investigation for 22 months before they found out there's nothing on me to get, right? And I've been since then on the criminal investigation and parallel investigation to watch my videos to spy on me, see what they can get me, and they can't. Because everything I do is First Amendment free speech, political and legal speech combined. Completely hardcore First Amendment. And I tell you, do not believe them, do not believe the government, anybody on the internet, or even me. I show you the law. You read the law like I will show you. Read it for yourself and follow the law as it's written. I'll give it to you. And as upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. That's it. We all should do that, right? Well, let's go, and I'll show you no law requires you, my friends, to file and pay income tax, period. Let's go to the presentation. We're going to go, folks. What I do, you can go online, do it yourself. Go look up this U.S. Supreme Court case, Gould versus Gould. Gould space V period space Gould. U.S. Supreme Court. It comes up here. I opened up that court case for you. Okay. And here it is. Gould versus Gould, 1917 U.S. Supreme Court case. And here's what it says, folks, in the relevant paragraph. It says, in the interpretation, which means understanding, of statutes, which means laws, levying, which means imposing taxes. In understanding laws that impose taxes, it is the established rule not to extend their provisions, the provisions of tax laws, right? By implication. You cannot extend the tax laws by implying that it's got to be there. You could not do that beyond the clear import of the language used. Unless the law clearly shows what is to be taxed or who's to be taxed, what activities to be taxed, is not taxed. Or to enlarge the operations of the tax laws so as to embrace or include matters or people or activities not specifically pointed out. Got that? There is a well-established rule when it comes to taxes, because if they can take 1% of your money, they can take 99% or 100%. The U.S. Supreme Court has said the power to tax is a power to destroy. So that's what's got to be clearly, specifically laid out. Nothing is left to implying, oh, it's got to be there. We'll come back to why this is important. But before I do, let me show you this also from the court case, okay? Here we go. The last part of this paragraph says, in case of doubt, any doubt, if the law imposes a tax on the person or activity, you're not sure in any way, yeah, maybe it's implied the tax, maybe not. They, the tax laws, are construed or interpreted, understood most strongly against the government's power to tax and in favor of the citizen not being taxed. Yep. And there's several Supreme Court cases listed after that that uphold this well-established rule of law. Okay, got that? Let's go now to one more U.S. Supreme Court. It's called Meese versus Keene. Look it up. Meese space V period space Keene. You can do it all yourself on your own computer, okay, smartphone, okay? Here comes up the search results, and I got it on my next page, the Supreme Court case, the relevant page of that case, this 1987 case. You get near the end of that case on page 485. What does it say? It is axiomatic. What does axiomatic means? It means self-evident, obvious. That's all, okay? It is obvious, axiomatic, that the statutory definition of the term, that means something that's defined in statutes or laws, excludes unstated meanings of that term. So what does that mean? That means in law, in a statute or law, if government defines a term, something else that's not there, it's not there. In law, they can define, they say, we're talking about dogs. And they say dog means cat. So when you read the law, every time you read dog, it's not a dog. It doesn't list a dog. It says dog includes cat or dog means cat. That means dog. In the law, for whatever reason, it means cat. That's what the Supreme Court says. Okay, let me get that a little bit, read a little bit more about this for you. Okay, next page says, as judges, it is our duty to construe or understand legislation as it is written. All of our duty to read the law as it is written, not as it might be read by a layman, that means someone like you and me, non-attorney, non-lawyer, or as it might be understood by someone who has not even read it. Yeah. You're going to follow the law as it is written. Folks, get ready, because you're going to have experience cognitive dissonance. I'm going to show the truth, and because you've been lied all your life, you don't want to reject it. Your mind's going to say, this can't be. No, I see it, but I can't believe it, because you've been lied for your life. When you hear the truth, your brain's going to want to reject it. Watch out, okay? Let's go back, okay? Now, what I'm going to take you now is we're going to look up the laws right now from the website of United States House of Representatives. On the top left, that's the white seal, that's them. On the top center, this is from the Office of Law Revision Council. That's the lawyers of Congress who are publishing the laws, as you can see here, for everybody to follow. The law is written for what purpose? So we can all follow the laws as it is written, right? So this is the lawyers of Congress. Let's follow the law as written. This is a revolution, folks. Until internet got going in 2010 and plus years, you could not find laws on internet like this. You had to go to the law library. It was a big hassle, inconvenience to go to the law library, find the law book, find the right page, pay to photocopy, take it home for future use, and you go back and look up something else that relates to it. It was so difficult. I did that in the 1990s. It's so easy now, okay? Love this, okay? So we're going to go on. They list all the 54 categories of federal law. They list at the bottom of this page. Let's go down, from to category 26. You see the bottom of the page is on Internal Revenue Code, right? All these areas of law is in there. Agriculture, census, banking. Let's go down. Next, see there's 54 categories on this page I showed you, okay? Now, we're going to go here, look up these laws now. What you got to do is, folks, you look up these code, put the code 26 space USC code section space house.gov, and these laws will come up, okay? This is section 61 we did that with. You can find section 601, right? We did that with section 701 definitions, okay? It says right there, the blue highlighted part. Text contains those laws in effect on February 4, 2020, when I made this presentation. From Title 26, Internal Revenue Code, Procedure Administration, Chapter 79, Definitions. Here it is. And what does it say? 7701. Right at the bottom of the page. Let's go read that closer. It says, when used in this title. What is this title? Folks, the title they're talking about is right here. The Internal Revenue Code, the Title 26. This is the whole doggone thing on paper. It's all available online, okay? You can just go, bam, to that particular useful section you want, like I do in my book, okay? And find it and read it for yourself, right? Let's go to it. When users entitled into Revenue Code, they define person, partnership, and partner. Obvious stuff that don't need that definition describing, but they give it a specific definition. Look at. They define withholding agent has a specific definition. Husband and wife has a specific definition. All these things have specific definition. Okay, you can go look up these other code sections. I'm showing you on your own. I don't have time to get into it. You can do it on your own for yourself. Okay, and they are and all this stuff. Now, let me go on. I'm gonna go to some other ones. Here we go. This is the big one. United States and state are defined in this section 7701. On the top center, the black writing, that's a code section, right? When used in Internal Revenue Code, the term United States, when used in a geographical sense, well, that's the only sense we care about, right? what geography of land mass and people within that land mass it covers, right? It includes only the states and the District of Columbia. Only the states and the tiny 10-mile square District of Columbia. Huh. They take the time to mention District of Columbia, but they forgot about California, New York, Texas. Well, what happened? How come they don't mention those? It must be included in definition of state, right? Those are states, right? Well, let's go take a look together. Here, 7701A10 says the term state shall be construed, which means interpreted or mean, to include the District of Columbia, where such construction or understanding is necessary to carry out the provisions of this title. And you better believe it. We need to know this definition to construe and understand this law and for properly carry out the provisions of the Internal Revenue Code, the tax laws. Of course, that's what it is. Look at it, folks. I'm not making it up. You can go look it up for yourself. And you thought this Internal Revenue Code applied to the United States, meaning the 50 states, right? And you're thinking, well, of course it must be because, I work at a job. They have me fill out a W-4 form. They take money out of my paycheck. They send the W-2 form to the IRS. I'm an independent contractor, business owner. People send 1099s about what they paid me to the IRS. Of course, the United States must mean the 50 states. But remember, folks, I got to take you back, folks, because you tend to forget. You could not read in the law beyond what it actually says, right? Let's go back, right? What did the Supreme Court say? In Meese versus Keene, it is axiomatic, obvious, self-evident that the statutory, like we just read, definition of a term excludes unstated meanings of that term. The 50 states is not stated, is not there, right? And if you go to the next paragraph, the court continues and reminds you as judges and American people, as citizens, it is all of our duty to understand or construe legislation or laws as it is written. Remember that, as it is written, right? So, this is important for you to remember this stuff because you want to forget about it and you're thinking, oh, the 50 states are implied, must be in there. That's why everybody's doing that, right? Well, remember Gould versus Gould U.S. Supreme Court case that said in interpretation of statutes levying imposing taxes, it is established rule not to extend their provision of tax laws by implication beyond the clear import of the language used, or to enlarge the operation of the tax laws to embrace or include matters like the word 50 states not specifically pointed out or listed, right? And remember the last part. If you have any doubt about this, what does the U.S. Supreme Court says? In case of doubt, these tax laws are construed or interpreted most strongly against the government and in favor of the citizen not to be taxed. Bam. End of story. Closed case. Isn't it? Well, guess what, folks? I'm going to take you one step further about this as well. I'm going to give you just one example that Congress, when it wants to use the term 50 states, it can and does do that. Yes, they do not forget about the 50 states, okay? Okay, here it is, folks. I got on your screen right now for you. You can see our internal code section 4612. Look at the top right, the black writing section 4612, right? You know, black writing numbers on the top right center area. Okay. This is from Title 26, as it says left of that. Title 26, Subtitle D, Chapter 38, Subchapter A, tax on petroleum. Because what this is definitions. For the purposes of this particular subchapter, folks, they define crude oil, for example, to include crude oil, condensates, and natural gasoline. They define next domestic crude oil and petroleum product, for example, is the term petroleum product includes crude oil. I mean, come on. Do they have to define petroleum product includes oil? Well, I guess they want to make sure everything is specifically and clearly understood, right? They define even the most obvious things. That petroleum product includes oil, right? I mean, where do you get petroleum product? From oil. They even list the most obvious stuff, don't they? Now look at the next part. They define United States. In general, the term United States means the 50 states. Wow, look at that. The 50 states. Okay. The District of Columbia is also mentioned specifically, but look at this. They even add more territories of the United States that did not bother to list previously either. The Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, any possession of the United States, the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, and the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands. Specifically listed. So, this is proof for you folks, no doubt, that when it comes to tax laws, folks, the entire Internal Revenue Code, folks, is written not for, can I change my screen? I can change my screen. You do it for me. It's not written, folks, for the American people in the 50 states. It was written for Washington, D.C. Now, okay? So, and the reason this was done, it's a long story. I don't have time to get into it. You got to go. I'll show you where to get more information. I'm out of time almost. I'm going to give you a few quick good stuff, okay? Let's go to my screen, okay? We're going to go to Freedom Law School's website, folks, okay? Here it is. What you want to do, first of all, for those of you worried about go to jail, folks, if you go under course packages, okay, there's double click on course packages, and it'll come up, okay? As far as people saying, hey, Paymon, I don't care what you say. I'm still afraid. I don't want to go to jail. Listen, if you do follow the educational part of Freedom Law School, if you write letters to Congressman like, I want you to write to Congressman, okay, about these laws, send this up to Congressman. I'll help you do it for you. If you follow the protocol, or like I showed you to Congress, if you do that, you can be part of the program Freedom Law School has that I will pay for your defense out of your lawyers, paralegals, filing fees, court of appeal, everything, hundreds of thousands, I'll pay to defend you and keep out of jail. What does it take? People like you, all of you come together. All of you believe in taxation is theft, join together in this program. I got two programs, two choices for you. Okay? I'm going to show it to you right now. Okay, the two top programs called the Royal Freedom Package and the Simple Freedom Package. Click on them, get more details. It's all there for you. If I have time this weekend, I'll tell you more about all this stuff. They both offer that. The Royal Freedom Package does everything for you. Simple Freedom Package, the package does less for you. Okay, so you have always choices on what to do with with Freedom Law School. Because education is number one. Number two is action. It's called informed action. You're gonna go out there wet, and you're gonna understand this stuff. So that's why, folks, I've done this educational material on our website. If you go to Freedom Law School's website, folks, again under course packages, everybody can afford right here a practical road to freedom level 1 course, which I've taught since 1994. 4, and then quick start freedom package and beginner's freedom package, which includes more material and some consultation, folks. These are very, very affordable, okay? And let me tell you something, folks. All freedom courses packages, they're not about money. I'll let anybody come up with a payment program, and I'll work with you. It's not about the money at all. Yes, we all got to have money to make things work, but you want to start from small packages, that's all you can afford. If you make minimum wage, work at McDonald's, work at Walmart, okay, or disable the Social Security, I got a program you can afford. $300, I'll let you put $100 down and make payments. $100 down, that's all. The bigger programs, again, I'll let you put a lot less and make payments on everything. So money is not the issue. The issue, folks, is freedom. You be free. I be free. I cannot be free the way I want to be unless I help you become free. Unless I convince you, persuade you, and help you understand that you, my friend, and everybody else watching this program, all of you, you need to join hands together like the founding fathers of America, who gave up everything they owned and have. Their homes were burned, they were shot at, they lost their arms, kidney, wives, children were killed, or themselves. They gave it all for freedom. There's a price to be paid for freedom, folks. I'm going to give you more tools, then I'll come back on how to make this work while us coming together, okay? Let's go to our website. What you want to do, folks, is see on the education materials, go to each of these links, eye-opening education, go through that in more detail, income tax reward, educate Congress. You want how to stop income tax withholding? How you want to stop the money being not taken out of your paycheck, folks, automatically? You can do that. I have this here. I got presentations on this topic. Look, all these presentations I got here on the topic, how to do that, okay? And I'll show you how to write to Congress about it and write to your employer to stop the withholding. And look, here's sample letters here for you. Bam! Just fill in the blank. Write letters to all 3 of your congressmen, okay? And all the links in here are hyperlinked. All the blue, the laws are hyperlinked. And you can have a separate list of all these laws. Bam! Here it is. Check it all out. You can, all of it will be included in your letters to congressmen. And then you write to your employer about the laws. And what you do, you tell the employer, hey, Mr. Employer, follow the law as written. I wrote my congressman. They didn't say I was wrong. I'm right. You want to go to jail? You got to do what? Let's follow the law as written by Congress. It's there. That's what you want to do. Now, further, the other source you want to go to is Freedom Law School's YouTube channel. And then when you get there is this, folks, okay? Go to on the top of our website, livefreedom.org, to the Freedom Hour. Click on the Freedom Hour, okay? And that is a weekly Freedom Hour once a week, Thursday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern Time Zone, live broadcast on YouTube, Periscope, and Facebook. Yes, on YouTube, okay? And you can ask questions of me also, okay? So you go to our YouTube, you click on YouTube right here, click on that. But we go on BitChute as well before YouTube cuts us off one of these days for censorship, right? Here it is, folks. You go straight to our videos. Here's the most recent ones I've done. Start with the most recent ones and go back to January 2020 forward. Those are the best ones that I got on there, okay? So watch these videos. My 2 favorite ones, the one I did just, this last May 14, 2020, right here with the law books behind me. You see that right there? Another one of my favorites recently, which I think you really like, is you go down, is the one that says, who is required to file an income tax? Right, okay, right here, see that? I'm going to bring it up for you to see this one. And these are all recorded for
used in this title.
There it is. This is the one that was done on Stream Live on April 9th, 2020, right? That's one of my favorites. I encourage you to watch, okay? Another good one is, are you a United States citizen, okay? Who is required to file an income tax? There it is.
Well, they didn't say.
Here it is. This was done on Stream Live on March 12th, 2020, okay? Now, one of my favorites, people say, oh, I'm going to go to jail. No, you're not. This one, why did Wesley Snipes and Irwin Schiff go to jail? Right? People say about, oh, Wesley Snipes went to jail. Well, because he messed up. He did a bunch of stupid stuff. I'll tell you more about what happened. Okay? Why did Wesley Snipes and Irwin Schiff go to jail for taxes? How can you avoid the same fate? It was streamed live on March 5th, 2020. Okay? So, folks, watch this stuff. Okay? And take your time. Take your time to educate yourself. I just gave you so much, and your mind has a hard time accepting all of it. Take your time to accept it. Take your time to absorb it. Study. Let me tell you this, my friends. They are not as powerful as they think they are. IRS is collapsing like the former communist Soviet Union. If you don't believe me on that, I will show that to you also. One more thing I'm going to show you, okay? Let's go. Okay, let's go to our website again at livefreenow.org, okay? And go to the eye-opening education. And when you go there, you scroll down, folks. I got some videos. You scroll down further. And here it is, okay? Watch these two videos below to see how the IRS is collapsing under its own weight. These two videos are on YouTube also. I showed you. These will give you the confidence. The IRS is not a big, powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing God that's going to get you. Because they're not. You have a lot more power, my friends. You just didn't know that until I showed it to you. This Jewish immigrant from Iran, okay, that came to land the free, home the brave. Now, here's the reality, folks. They're using your emotions against you. Your fear, they use it against you. They use fear as their number one tool to control you. Don't let them have that. They have lots of money. And with that money, they got power. They buy people with guns, right? That's what's going on out there, folks. They use fear to get money and power. Okay? Oh, I was told next speaker I got canceled. I got more time. Well, I guess I'll have to just continue, but I'm going to finish this part. Then I go continue to tell you guys more. Okay. Well, that's great for you guys, for those who are interested. What you got on your hand, folks, remember, they got fear, lots of money, and power of the gun. But remember this, folks, I'm 57 years old. I learned about income tax when I was 29 years old. I remember in 1960s and 70s, the former communist Soviet Union and America, East and West, were like this. The biggest empire, biggest country in the whole world, could destroy America with all the nuclear weapons they got. What happened to that communist, powerful state? It literally collapsed under its own weight of bureaucracy. Folks, it's not natural for these huge institutions to exist. The people that work for government, these monopolies, hate their jobs. They hate their bosses. The good people leave. The dead would stay. You could not fire government employees. Yes, I said it. It's true. You could not fire them practically, because to fire government employees, you know, the government by law in 1960, Johnson made a deal with government unions to give their support, okay? That another government worker will be relieved of his job, will become full-time worker to defend you as an employee of the government to be fired, to go through administrative hearings like a trial, literally, within the agency, that you can appeal to the courts before you get fired. Seriously. So if the wasteful, monopolistic, lazy government bureaucracy manager wants to get rid of this drunken employee, druggy, incompetent, stupid, bad attitude, angry, just messes things up, nobody likes, terrible. They have to go through this process to try to get rid of the guy. So they don't. The deadwood there, sitting like that guy, just collects a paycheck. It's about the money. He gets the same paycheck, same retirement, same 4 weeks paid vacation. Yes, government employees after many years, they got 4 weeks of paid vacation on your money. They can't get rid of these guys. And so these deadwood stay, and good people, they leave. And over time, the deadwood stays, and the good ones leave. And folks, you're going to find this amazing. But IRS is running on COBOL computer programs. Some of you may not know what COBOL is. Let me tell you what a COBOL is. Back in 1980, I took my first community college class in California on computers. I was told there was 3 main programs: COBOL, Fortran Basic. Fortran was for scientific. COBOL is for big institutions, government and big banks and insurance companies. That's right. That was a big program on COBOL. And guess what? They never updated their computers. Back in the late 80s, calls were made. Hey, IRS, update your doggone computers. Well, as you know, typical of politicians and bureaucrats, these government people who are incompetent, they just kick the can down the road. Oh, we'll get to it later. Later and later and later. Right? And then about 7 years ago, they started attacking conservative political groups under Obama, not giving them nonprofit tax exempt status. And the Republicans gave IRS no more money. They cut their budget. In 1999, they started collection due process hearing. It was hearings on IRS abuse of power. 1997, I'm sorry. In 1998, they gave some taxpayer rights like hearings before they take your money, and the IRS lost a sale. IRS employees said, screw it, man. We used to take people's cars by violence. They used to take people's cars and property by violence, cars, back in 60s and 70s. Okay? I got a book on that from Congressman George Hansen right here, who wrote about that in 1985. But IRS said, forget it. We could be sued up to $1 million, from $100,000. And these hearings, we're just going to go along and just collect our paycheck. And now, folks, the IRS, almost 50% of the employees of the IRS, almost 50% of them, are eligible for retirement a year ago. Yes, over a year ago. So a few older guys they got in their 65 and 70-year-old guys that know COBOL, how to run this antiquated COBOL mainframe computers in Ogden, Utah. IRS has. That's the biggest IRS office in Ogden, Utah. Right? IRS is now hook and crook. Keeping these guys, that's okay. 70-year-old man, just hang in there as advisor to keep the doggone thing going. We have nobody else. They're not teaching COBOL in universities and colleges anymore for decades. They're not even teaching it for decades, COBOL. So if they don't understand, nobody knows this computer program in the old years, and they've been generations of computer development technology, there's no way you can merge 2020 technology with 1970s technology COBOL. They just can't do it. So IRS made a strategic decision to leave non-filers alone a few years ago. Yes, I talk about that in my presentations. A strategic decision. Why? Well, according to the IRS, it's easy to pick on a filer and collect because filers, they just, you pay every year, they take from you. Non-filers, once you become a non-filer, you're going to stay a non-filer. Because once you taste freedom from slavery, you like it, my friends. And you'll say, hey, this is nice. Let's be free and remain free. Of the most feared agency in America, It's really Satan, otherwise known as IRS. You lose your fear of these guys and stop filing and paying income tax. And IRS says once by the time they catch up with you, oftentimes it's maybe 5 years, 8 years past. Now you owe the IRS, even if they successfully come after you and beat you. Okay, you owe them so much money, 200,000, $1 million. Well, you spent the money that you didn't pay income tax to the thieves. The money's not there to pay them. IRS says, well, we can't collect the money anyhow. So what's the point? All this work and try to collect money that is not there. But filers, you just keep on top of them. You file every year and clear up your account every year. They stay on top of you. It's easy to pick on your return. Non-filers, they have to make a case against you. Yes, they have to make a case against you. It's much harder as much harder as a non-filer for them to come after you. So you see what we have on our side. They got fear, money, and power. We have the truth, right? We have the truth. We have the laws as written by Congress and as upheld by U.S. Supreme Court. We have the love of truth. See, you don't become a freedom lover based upon fear. Fear keeps you from moving forward because fear is the opposite of love. It's not hate, opposite of love. It's fear. Fear stops you. Love of truth, love of goodness, of humanity propels you forward to hold someone's hand, shake the hand, give them a hug, do a loving act towards them, say nice things to them, right? That's love that propels you forward. Fear stops you. I'm afraid of this guy. I'm worried what he might do to me. We have the love of freedom on our side, love of truth. And you know what? Real power is also in our hands. Real power. They got the power because they got lots of government employees they pay. And they say, you don't do what we tell you, we'll fire you. Right? You heard about this SWAT team member in Washington, Seattle. His name is Greg. On YouTube came out that he said, hey, why are they enforcing all these tyrannical orders in these cops? I cannot understand it. This is wrong. They got to follow the Constitution. You know, you cannot suspend the Constitution and violate people's rights. Well, got a lot of hits on YouTube. His boss liked it, but his boss told him, you got to shut up and take the video down. And they threatened him. He says, I'm not bending down. They said, we're going to put you on leave, 1 week of paid vacation or two. Just think about it before we fire your butt. Because he's about, how am I going to make a living? My paycheck is gone. He's worried. He's a courageous man. But most government people, folks, they're not as courageous like Greg. They're staying at their jobs because that's the only way they know how to make a living. Most people get a government job not because they love being a government worker, because they had no other way to start their own business or get a regular job in the private sector. And it was just a living paycheck. So the do as they're told, they violate your rights, not because they want to. A lot of times they know. They know what they're doing is wrong. They don't want to lose their job. They're not motivated. Okay? And so, folks, and these men and women in government are our brothers and sisters. Many of them who are doing this at some point, they can turn around and look at the commander and say, no, I'm not going to do this. And the other guy's been talking to him about this stuff. They're going to follow this guy and say, no, we're not going to do this. If that day comes, folks, the entire system will collapse, the government corruption. They're afraid of that. They can't do that. But guess what? The system will collapse. The Soviet Union, I saw with my eyes in late 80s. It collapsed of its own weight. That empire collapsed. It broke up in multiple countries. Russia was in a great economic depression. And it was not put together finally until Putin, came in and saved that country. Okay, that's why he's a bad guy. Because he's not an agent of international banksters who own the money and the banks of the Western world. This system will collapse. America, sadly, is the new socialist republic. They use the same tactics as they used in the Soviet Union. Well, you know what? We have in America a thing called the First Amendment right to free speech, association, press, assemble. We're assembling together right now through this presentation. And redress of our grievance. We have a right to write to Congress, our representative, and ask them, demand, in fact, that they live by the oath to uphold and defend the U.S. Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, right here. Yes, the Obamas, the Bushes, the Clintons, the Romneys, the McCains, you know them all. And the corrupt management of IRS, CIA, FBI, NSA, U.S. Department of Injustice, and last but not least, double crooked federal judges who will knowingly get together and conspire. These unelected people who do not represent you, the American people, they get together and change the written language, meaning and intent of the U.S. Constitution, the Supreme Court decision of 100 years ago, and the law as written by Congress. But don't you be afraid of them, folks. I'm not. Neither should you. You don't need to be. Folks, let me tell you, I'm a huge target of the IRS. Don't you think so? You're going to hear from Joe Bannister, how he was a target of my student, former IRS special agent. You'll hear him from this, I think it's 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. How they came after him. He hasn't filed income tax for over 20 years. Is that 20 years? They tried to put him in jail, but not for income taxes. They lost. I was there in his trial. They never come after him, but he hasn't filed income tax. He was a big target. The Commissioner of Internal Revenue spoke about him personally when they want to put him in trial. Yeah, they do about 3,000 cases a year. The commissioner, head of the IRS, never talks about any criminal tax case. That's below him. He spoke about Joe Bannister. That's how much a threat he was to the system. And I'm a big threat because they don't like the fact that I'm educating you. But you know what? They can't stop us, folks. First Amendment. Before we go to the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Before we use up arms, I believe in the Second Amendment. We have a right to have a defensive, violent revolution like the Founding Fathers did back in the 1700s to declare independence from the tyrannical King of England, who broke his oath to defend the Englishman's rights. We have that right now. However, I recommend you keep your powder dry. Second Amendment was there because you should exercise first your First Amendment rights, like we're doing. Okay? Now, since I got time, I'm going to go over another area, which is the Fifth Amendment, the right to due process of law. Right to due process of law is a critical difference of America from other countries in the world. Okay? And it's very little bit understood in the movement in America. What is the due process of law? Well, I'll tell you what that is. People are afraid that if you don't pay your taxes, they're going to come take your stuff. Right? Take it home. Empty your bank account. Right? Take your paycheck. Just like that. Right? If I don't file income tax returns, they'll come take my paycheck, bank account, empty it out, take my house. That's the second worry you all have, right? Well, I'll tell you what, my friends, you don't need to worry. If you exercise your right to due process of law guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. What is that? In other countries of the world, for us, in African countries, communist countries, most of the world, the policeman, the executive branch officer can come and just take your car, take you home, put you in jail. Folks, where I came from Iran, folks, in 1960s and 70s, Shah of Iran, the king of Iran, who was a CIA puppet, by the way, installed by the CIA to get rid of the democratic elected government of Iran for the benefit of oil companies. Shah and his agents could have any time kidnapped you in the middle of the night anywhere, put you in a jail, prison, torture you, keep you there for days, months. No one knows about you. Your parents, wives, husbands are not notified. No family member notified. They might give you summary trial, may not. Execute you, yeah, maybe. Give you these long sentences for daring to speak against the king or Shah of Iran. Folks, much of the world, the governments do have that kind of power. In Germany right now, you speak against the Holocaust, for example, or just criticize World War II, their allies. You can go to prison for anti-Semitic stuff. I'm anti this nonsense they did in Germany. Just shut down free speech. Okay, they don't have free speech in much of Europe even. So government can come take your stuff, like your freedom. But America's different. In America, before a government agent or police officer can take your stuff, they are supposed to give you the opportunity to challenge the government taking action against you, taking your property, taking your bank account, even the IRS. Even the IRS. So, and all these accountants, bookkeepers, CPAs, enrolled agents that do your tax returns for you, they're all worthless. They know nothing about tax law, nothing. All they know is to be a whore for the IRS, fill out the forms, and then put you through endless audits because they make money off of IRS harassing you. It's like the medical establishment, the drug companies, hospitals, and doctors make money off of being sick. Okay, they make money off of you being sick. The more sick you are, the more money they make. The doctors, hospitals, and drug companies. Same with accountants and bookkeepers. Tax lawyers are very expensive. They know about the law, some of them to some degree, not like me. They do, but they're very expensive and they're very few. And they're always keeping the system as a slave, even if you can't afford them, which you can't. I know more about tax law, about freedom law, than tax attorneys in the whole country. The top tax lawyers, but I'm not an attorney, by the way. I'm not a member of the bar. I'm a freedom-finding self-taught. But the top lawyers in the freedom movement, like Larry B. Kraft, okay, Donald McPherson, these other guys, the other guys, they call me to teach them about IRS procedures and how to beat the IRS. I teach them how to do that stuff, about as a non-filer especially, okay? So what do you do? But could someone put the air, make it cooler here? It's a little hot in here, guys. Okay. What you don't know is that these audits are nonsense. Do not put up with any audits. Don't ever respond to any audit letter except saying, do not write me, do not call me, do not visit my home or work. Send me a letter. That's it. If you want something, put it in writing. Send me. Ready? A notice of deficiency if you want something from me, or put it in writing. If they want to come after you, the IRS must send you by law a letter called the notice of deficiency. It's a formal tax proposal to you, proposing a tax, which gives you 90 days, not 3 months, 90 days to challenge that tax proposal in the court, tax court. And if you lose there, you can go to federal court of appeal. And then we're not done. This process of getting a notice of deficiency in the mail and then go to tax court and court of appeal will take 2 to 3 years or more. Yes, 2 or 3 years or more by the time you're done. If you exercise your rights like Freedom Law School does and shows you and helps you and can do it for you if you like. Even if you were to lose. Well, the Freedom Law School wins most often, but if you lose, guess what? You can still challenge them at another stage called the collection due process hearing. Or if they don't get you that notice of deficiency, which are supposed to, but they sometimes don't do it, okay? You can go and challenge them at the collection due process hearing stage with the IRS Appeals Office before they take your bank account or pay a check or any of your money. Yes. They have to send a letter to you, give you 30 days to ask for a hearing, and when you do it timely, guess what? No collection activity at all. You're safe. Then you get a hearing before IRS Appeals Officer, which if they rule against you, you can take that up to the U.S. Tax Court. If the tax court also rules against you, you can go to the Federal Court of Appeal, one level up again. This process also will take 2 to 3 years minimum or more. Yes. So, as a non-filer, if you don't file income tax and be good with Freedom Law School by following the law as written, folks, I can guarantee the Irish will not touch a dollar, not a dollar from your pocket for a minimum of 6 years, minimum, worst case scenario. A lot of time we beat them. A lot of time the Irish just leaves you alone. Guess what? 6 years minimum. Don't have to worry about the Irish taking anything from you because your right to due process of law, the steps are provided in law for you to challenge the government's tax proposals, IRS's tax numbers, before they can take your money. It will take years. And during that time that you are lawfully, by following the law, challenging them, you are completely safe. Okay? I'll give you an example of that. I'll give you my own case, for example. Okay, let's go to my screen, okay? Let's go to Freedom Law School's website, livefreedom.org, and I'm going to show you a little example about what I mean. If you go on the top right of livefreedom.org, our website, under our victories, FLS Victories is Freedom Law School Victories, okay? You open that tab, FLS Victories, folks, okay? And you see some of my victories that I got against the IRS. The third one is the one I'm going to share with you, okay? I beat the IRS in its own $700,000 case. If you go to the right side, the plus side, open it up, you open up this thing, and you will see more detail about this. Let me tell you what it was about before I continue on here, okay? What happened here, an IRS agent was after me, okay? Here's what happened. I'll give you a little storyteller. You might like it, okay? Folks, back in 1993 when I was new, okay? and I want to get a little bit of withholding money back. My friend had me do a tax return as a 1040 NR as a non-resident alien, as a California state citizen, and to get my money back, $600. That was a lot of money to me back in 1993. So I did his thing, didn't work. A lot of patron mythologies out there, by the way. A lot of misinformation out there. And so I did that. The IRS came after me for 1992 that I filed, and 93 and 94, all 3 years. Went to tax court. And the IRS's case was basically bogus. Okay? However, the judge, the tax court judge, Smallwood was his name, because he saw that I teach people about income tax fraud. They hated income tax. He actually said that on the record. He had an agenda to get me. So he ruled against me. He ignored the law, rules of evidence, everything. He ignored it. He ignored the facts. The judges can do that, folks. They can ignore the law and facts. Okay? It ruled against me. Court of Appeal, I brought up everything the judge did wrong. They ignored me and ruled against me. And now with a short railroad rubber stamp, 2-page railroad quick decision, unpublished decision. That case was in the collection. IRS never collected a dollar from that case. Never. The whole thing expired, by the way. But that to get me and silence me. So the agent comes to my door. One day I'm not there. And he comes and follows for 11 years. 10 plus 1 of taxes, employment taxes against me. Tax claims in the county recorder's office against me. And I'll contact him, meet with him as manager. I say, hey, what is this based upon? Even? Where do you get this stuff? You know? So I get a copy of it. They don't, you know, it's based upon nonsense. You know what it was based upon? When I found out? This guy was at my door, my property. I was not there because there was 5 cars parked outside of my house that were not. He ran the license plate of all these 5 cars. And because these cars were not owned by any of my relatives that he knew of, he assumed that those were 5 cars parked outside my house must belong to my employees. Not for that one day, 1 week, a month, or a year. For 11 years, he went back, assumed I had 5 employees. Paid them a minimum wage, did not withhold employment Social Security taxes, which is another fraud, by the way. I'll cover that on my YouTube channel. You see that on Social Security taxes as well. So I met with him. I said, you cannot do this nonsense. This is illegal. Illegal, you can't do this. I got transcript of the meeting I did with him. Well, the agent, John Black, and his manager said, nope. We are presumed to be right. You have to show us we're wrong, but you file under oath tax return and correct us. Most people would fall for that intimidation. This was in 2009 and 10 now, I'm talking about. I told them, no. You don't get to do that. This is nonsense. So when they sent me a collection due process hearing letter, at that time, I challenged it, asked for hearing, and the hearing officer I had with the IRS appeals officer told me, oh, Paymon, you cannot challenge the tax. I'm just here to discuss payment arrangements with you. I tell him, no, lady, you're wrong. I never had a chance to challenge the tax. Oh, yes, you did, she says. With the agent, John Black, and his manager. I said, that doesn't count. They're the same people who came after me. Same person. They're biased. By law, it's got to be an independent third person like you who's supposed to give me the hearing, lady, and let me challenge the tax, which I never had a chance. There was no notice of deficiency. With employment tax cases, there's no notice of deficiency. They file a lien, and then you got to pay, usually, to challenge it. But here was my first chance. I challenged it. She said, no, sorry, Paymon, you lose. Rule against me. So I took her to tax court. Appeal that decision to tax court, U.S. tax court. With a lawyer and it was a guy named Sebastian Voth, a decent man, which later on in another tax case got to know him fairly well. And so Sebastian Voth said, hey, the Paymon was denied a hearing. I'm going to send this case back to the IRS to give him a new hearing. He on his own, without me saying anything, right? He sent it back down. I was going to argue that and win anyhow to get a real hearing. But he did it for me. So the case went back down to another new IRS agent. And the new IRS appeals officer was a decent man. In fact, what was his name? I got to get the copy. I forgot. He was a good man, too. They're good people in the IRS sometimes. His name was Robeson. Yes, Agent Robeson, RBSON. A decent man. I mean, compared to many judges, the lawyer and IRS agent were more decent than some crooked judges I've come across. Okay. So he agreed that, yeah, Paymon, you should be able to challenge the tax. And why did he allow me to challenge the tax? Because I taught them a lesson. I slapped over that IRS appeals officer before him, which said, you cannot challenge the tax. I went up and came back. He said, hey, this guy's intelligent. This guy knows his stuff. You know, I better not screw up a second time. I don't want to look bad. I'll give him a chance. Let's see where it goes, right? Go ahead. Because our own lawyer said our last IRS appeals officer was wrong. So I'm going to give you a chance to challenge the tax. He did. I talked to him, wrote him a letter. It took a few months to read my a letter with the legal citations, legal authorities, court cases in it, and ruled in my favor. Zeroed out the entire 11 years of taxes, about $700,000. Then the tax court judge approved it, put a seal of approval. He had to. The court retained jurisdiction. The judge had to do that. Okay, so now I'm going to show you our website, this stuff to see. See, look at this. In December 2009, the case started, okay, with the $700,000 to December 2009, okay? Now what happened is that I challenged them, and then what happened is in November 2011, about 2 years later, finally IRS issued a supplemental notice of determination, okay, and ruled in my favor. See, it takes time for them to go through these things. Here's the language of that. And if you want to see a documentation, here it is. Copy attached. You open that link in a new tab, which I already done for you. There it is. Here's a letter. You can do this too, folks. You can win. Here it is, November 2011 to the Paymon from W. Robson. On the bottom right, look at the tax periods, all these tax quarters from March 1997 on the right side, all the way down to December 2008 at the bottom. All this stuff, okay? You can scroll down, read the whole thing for yourself, how it ruled in my favor, right? Okay, what does it say? It has been determined that the tax assessment should be abated, which means removed. And the notice of fraud tax lien should be withdrawn. Signed by his manager, Mary Nicholas, appeals team manager. CC, carbon copy of the IRS Associate Area Counsel. Of course, the lawyer of the IRS read my stuff. He knew I was right. This is approved by government's lawyers. Because they want to get me, they couldn't get me. They reversed it. Now I get to talk about it and embarrass the IRS that they couldn't get the number one enemy they got in America, Freedom Law School. Folks, you can have the same kind of success that I've had if you exercise your right to due process of law. His liens were removed. And if you follow the law and do it right, I don't care what they try to do, how long, you can beat them. I'll give you another victory of my own case because we got time. Give you another example, okay? Here it is. Victory number 2, Freedom Law School beats IRS bogus claim, albeit an abusive tax shelter, okay? Okay, folks, I'm doing this just to show you, I just want to show you that you have rights. They cannot just come take your stuff. But you got to know about your rights and your procedural due process rights. That Freedom Law School teaches to our students like you, if you choose to be a student of Freedom Law School. I'll teach you. And if you want to become one of our students, like the Royal Freedom Package member, I will do it all for you at no extra charge with a flat annual fixed membership fee that's affordable. You'd be amazed how affordable it is. We'll get to that later, okay? But let me just give you some examples so you can feel that you're not just a victim. You're not weak, folks. You're strong. You have a lot more power than you realize, my friend. If I could do it, this immigrant from Iran, who English is my second language, you, American born, English is your first language, should do better than me even. Given time and education, let's follow along together. So here it is, folks. The IRS has conceded being defended by field law school. The IRS has admitted that after 13 years of investigating field law school as an abusive tax shelter promoter, 13 years, folks, they were looking at me as being an abusive tax shelter promoter. The IRS could not find anything to indicate that Freedom Law School is an abusive tax shelter promoter, and they officially closed that investigation. Okay, here's the letter. Open that link in a new tab. Okay, the document. Here it is, document, folks. I'm going to zoom in it for you. Here it is. This was by IRS in San Diego, July 11, 2016. That was almost 4 years ago by Roma Patel. Okay, Roma Patel. Here's their telephone number. You can call if you want, if she's still there. And what I say, dear Mr. Motahede, right? They're writing to me. We are discontinuing our investigation into whether you are liable for the penalty under all these code sections, which basically all these code sections is one looking at being as an abusive tax shelter promoter to stop me, enjoin me, close me down, put a warning on my website that the court ruled against me. I'm an abusive tax shelter promoter, and give my list of my customers to the IRS to harass. That's what they do, and then fine me like $5,000 per customer. So if I have 1,000 people, fine me $5 million. Yes, $5 million. You know, they say we close it up. Okay. Now look at this language. They say this letter should not be construed to mean that the Internal IRS approves your conduct. Rather, it is simply a notice that our investigation has been discontinued at this time. The IRS is not precluded from taking any additional action against you or others with respect to your conduct. Okay. This includes the commencement of income tax examinations of investors, participants whom you advised or aided. Right, Roma Patel. So, in other words, they're trying to say, look, buddy, just because we left you alone here doesn't mean we're going to leave you alone forever. Don't, right? That's what they're saying. Like I didn't know. Right? And so it took the IRS. I mean, the deep state, this is similar to how they come after outsider President Donald Trump. Now, I know Trump is not a libertarian. I know that. I'm a libertarian. You are. Well, look, Donald Trump is far better than the communists of that have been running this country. Okay, the Bushes, the Clintons, Obamas, Romneys, McCays, all the crooks. He's an outsider, a billionaire who's trying to make a legacy of himself, getting paid $1 a year by law. He's doing it, you know, so he makes a lot of good and bad decisions too. But you know, overall, it's been refreshing because he's not a known criminal they control. Obama was not American. He's from Kenya. Bushes were a crime family. So are the Clintons. They want compromised people to be president because they can control them. They killed John F. Kennedy because he turned out to be an honest guy. They brought the crooked Johnson vice president, who was a crook, to take over, cover up John F. Kennedy's death, right? So Trump is a relatively improvement, big improvement, right? They had 3 years looking at him as a agent of Russia, Putin, you know, to interfere with the elections and defeat Hillary Clinton in the election she should have won, right? After 3 years, they finally closed that investigation down. 3 years for them to do that. Of course, the crooked Hillary Clinton, they ignore the FBI, the corrupt U.S. Department of Injustice. They all ignore her serious national security crimes because they got the power to, right? And some judges worked along, helped out by the way also. Okay, but Trump, the outside, they got to get. Me, they try to get. Okay, over 13 years. Now I'm going to show you how this started. In fact, if you want to look at this, folks, what I have here, okay, if you go, the origin of this investigation was right here. They sent me a letter way back then, you know, the initial investigation. The second paragraph of the initial investigation in 2003, okay? In 2003 was here. The apology wrote, they wrote to me. Here it is, folks. Here's a quote from the letters. You can check it out for yourself, folks. Here's all the link to all the documents. There's the first letter they sent to me from the IRS Laguna Niguel, the big Southern California office, Laguna Niguel. Yep. Check this out, folks. Internal Revenue Service, right? April 16, 2003. And guess what? This letter, if you look, go scroll down written by Frank Nixon. Who is this guy? He's the area director, head of the big Laguna Niguel office. Personal signature of Frank Nixon. Okay? He's the head guy, honcho, coming after me, right? And they say, dear Mr. Mortati, we have reviewed certain materials with respect to your tax shelter promotions, including but not limited to Freedom Law School and related promotions, right? This is when the whole dog nothing started. After 13 years, they abandoned it. Why? Because even incompetent IRS agents realize that, it's a waste of time. So the thing for you to know is that you cannot just come take your stuff if you stop filing income tax returns. They can't do that. They have to give you due process. The problem has been that, again, TurboTax, whatever computer program you use to file a tax, temporary confession tax form you file, and your bookkeeper, enrolled agent, CPA, tax preparer are worthless to defend you in your rights. They don't know how to help you. You fill out this form claiming you understand this puppy, and you don't understand the Internal Revenue Code at all, what you're signing. You put the rope around your neck, put on the ledge, along with about 140 million plus Americans, and you wait for the IRS to go through the ledge and say, let's pick on Dave here, let's pick on Jane there, on Steve there, on Robert there, or you, for tax evasion, material misstatement of facts. By the way, the penalty for going to prison for filing tax returns are much more heavy and stiffer and longer prison sentences than simply not filing. Not filing simply alone is 1 year for every year you didn't file. 1 year. Filers, you got tax evasion, 5 years because your 1040 was incorrect or incomplete. For making what they consider to be a material misstatement of a fact on your 1040 confession form, 3 more years added. So for filer, you are right there up to 8 years. Yeah. Now you add a couple more years, which you always do, along with your accountant or whoever else. Now we got conspiracy to rip off the government, and another felony 5 years added to that. That's why Judge Krupa pled guilty. Want to risk go to prison the rest of her life? She just said, forget it. I'm gonna do my 2.5 years. Oh well, come out. Non-filer, you can be free. I can help you, my friends. Be free. Don't pay your thieves. Don't pay these thieves, your enemies, anything to destroy you. You know the most ridiculous thing, folks? That we as American people have been enslaved, deceived, and enslaved. We are paying our enemies in the deep state U.S. government to destroy us. You paying the CIA's paycheck, the NSA's paycheck, the FBI's paycheck. The crooked U.S. Department of Injustice lawyer crooks, and the double crooked judges who conspire with the government lawyers, these lawyers, to change the law and the Constitution to fit their agenda, their communist, socialist agenda of totalitarian control over you as a slave. Is that right? Do you want that? You have no legal, constitutional, conscientious, ethical, or moral duty to pay your enemies, to support your enemies with your money, hard work, to destroy you. None. In fact, the reverse is true. You have every right and duty to stand up for you and your family and your rights and your freedom and your property against these unelected people in the U.S. Department of Injustice, IRS, and the judges. And what the process I'm going to have you guys do is we're going to write to Congress, all of you. I'm right in the middle of developing this stuff as I'm speaking to you. I haven't finished it yet. This is newest development after 28 years of doing this, okay? We'll write this stuff with a copy of what you saw, these laws, sent to your congressman and demanding that these congressmen, your 2 U.S. senators, and your 1 House of Representative member, all of you, demand from congressmen to hold congressional hearings, bring up the top management of all these agencies, in particular for us right now, IRS, Department of Injustice, and federal judges too. Okay? They're not gods. Okay? They're not, these judges in black robe are not gods. And people call them, oh, your honor. Oh, holy judge. Oh, the mighty priest of the system. Oh, judge. And they're not. They're human beings like you and me. And they put the pants up every day just like you and me, wash your hand and wipe the butt every day just like you and me. No different. They're imperfect. Do you remember? In Dred versus Scott, Sanford Supreme Court case, 1850, as a black slave was taken, escaped to the north, the crooked Supreme Court ruled that slavery is a chattel, like a cow or a sheep, must be returned to its owner in the South to be a slave. Who did that? Who said that? The crooked U.S. Supreme Court judges of that time. So don't you be afraid of these judges. The Congress, you should write to congressmen, bring them all in. Hey, why are you violating the law as written? The Internal Revenue Code applies, these income tax, so it applies to D.C. Social Security tax also limited to D.C. and a couple of U.S. territories like Puerto Rico. Why are you applying it to people in 50 states? Who is responsible amongst you? Who is the responsible party who misapplied the law? Oh, you can't, okay, then you, guess what? I'm going to impeach you, which is the accusation, impeaching, to be fired from the job, to be removed. Just like they want to impeach Donald Trump, right? Bill Clinton wasn't impeached, was an accusation. Then they go to trial before the U.S. Senate, and the U.S. Senate will convict them, and they're removed from office. This is a proper, legal, constitutional process for the people in Congress that's supposed to represent us, we, the American people, you, to clean up the government in the executive and judicial branch who are corrupt to the core. Clean up wholesale. Now, I know you're going to say, oh, the congressmen don't listen to you, they're going to ignore your letter. Unfortunately, that's a sad observation, but guess what? We're not going to give up. We're going to do it just like the founding fathers of America did. They did it. They petitioned the king to respect the rights of Americans, and the king violated those rights. And it was after those petitions were ignored Then they took up arms, had a violent revolution. Got it? And that's going to be our steps. We got to petition the government for a redress of grievance, which basically what it means, you have a beef with the government, a complaint, tell them. Talk about it. Tell them to correct it. Tell them you see corruption and criminality. Tell them, hey, stop it. Hey, congressman, clean up this corruption and criminality of the government. Okay? The only branch of government that represents us is Congress. Besides the president, who represents us all himself, the rest is a bunch of deep state crooks, the judiciary and the executive branch. The Congress has the right and the duty to clean up everybody, impeach and remove all the government workers, including the president, right? So when you do that, now you're exercising your First Amendment right to free speech, press. You assemble with like-minded people like Freedom Law School to do this letter, assemble, right? You are doing your redress of grievance. All this rights matter because of, so you cannot be punished for writing Congress. Yes, you cannot be punished for writing the government about your complaints. In America, that's outlawed. So that's what you do. Now you'll do that. You do the right thing. We're going to make progress that way. Some congressmen will come to our side. Gradually, it'll happen. Just got to keep at it. You must get this information out, folks. Get this presentation to your friends. Okay? And guess what? Tomorrow, another speaker opening comes. Dan promised me if there's another council session comes, he'll put me in so that your friends that you bring in for tomorrow's presentation can hear this stuff. And I can talk to them, educate them also about this stuff. We need to grow, folks. We need to grow. It's your part. I'm doing my part. It's your part now. Get it out there.
Awesome. Awesome.
So then we got to be, I'm almost going to wrap it up, folks. We're almost done. The other thing is that you legally give yourself a protection, legal protection. So you relied upon this before. So you cannot try to put you in jail. If they try to put you in jail, all this will go before the jury. Okay? And last but not least, folks, I got to go to my website, give you these solutions. People have been asking me, Paymon, come on, I want you to really back me up. Can you back me up? Yes, I will back you up, and I'll put money in your pocket too. Okay? $4,000 cash per referral. No W-2, W-4, 1099 forms. Okay? Here it is, folks. Okay? Go under course package of Freedom Law School's website. Okay? When you double click on that, you're going to go down to Royal and Simple Freedom Package. I'm going to go to the Royal Freedom Package only because we don't have time for more, okay? When you get there, folks, this is the only peace of mind insurance in America. The only thing, okay? This is where Freedom Law School will handle any and all situations arising from IRS or state tax agencies with complete civil and, if needed, criminal representation. Okay, the only program like that. I have a monopoly on this. I'm telling you, you will find no one have anything even close to this in America. I have a monopoly. I could charge a hell of a lot more for this, but I don't, because my goal is to make as many of you possible for you to join in this, to join hands together like the founding fathers, put your commitment and money together, so we can expand and get our freedoms back. That's what the plan is, okay? So watch this, folks. This program, everything's done for you, is only $8,000 for the first year. That's it. And each year thereafter is only $4,000 for your $4,500 for Californians. That's it. It's about $350, $400 a month. That's it, okay? Now, and I'll let you start at it if you need with a payment plan with $4,000, $2,000, even $1,000 down payment and make payments. I will let you do that. Why? Because, folks, it's not about the money. It's about freedom, remember? It's about freedom working together. So I'll work with you on that. You're paying full is best because you get the whole package. With payment plan, you get only parts of the program as you pay for, right? But contact Freedom Law School. Our phone numbers on our website at 813-444-4800. We'll talk to you. Call our Freedom Hour. Ask your questions, okay? And so one more thing will get better. What you want to do, folks, is go to our website, okay? Here we go. And go under course packages to the last one, the Freedom Opportunity Plan. This is where we refer people to Freedom Law School. Here's how you can prosper by promoting truth and freedom. This is your opportunity, my friend. If you believe in this stuff, okay, this is your chance. Here, explain to you more detail. I gotta wrap it up. Basically, you can get $2,000 a year per $2,000 per referral to Freedom Law School. You can get $4,000 per referral right away by getting the simple or royalty package I described above. You know, cash, no W-4, no W-2, no 1099s. A Priority Bill envelope will come to you with a bunch of $100 bills. Say, thank you, Dave. Thank you, Steve. Keep at it. And all I got to promote Freedom Law School, our YouTube, our presentation on YouTube, our Freedom Hour, our website. Get this stuff out there, folks. Have fun.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Paymon.
Of truth. Let that love be your guide. You found the truth. You are the neos that will free us from this deception and slavery. Be a neo. Take a step. Take the steps for you to be free. And then work with Freedom Law School and other like-minded Americans, neos like yourself. If America be a free country once again, and no more taxation without representation. Thank you for taking your time to listen to me speak.
Thank you, Paymon.
Thursday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern on Freedom Law School, Freedom Hour on YouTube and Facebook and Periscope.
Farewell. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, how exciting was that? Very insightful. We had it was a full couple hours worth of ways to get out of paying taxes. Like, what more can we what more could we ask for from the Taxation is Theft Fest? Ladies and gentlemen, what a great day. We're all about halfway through. We've got a lot more going on. You guys will see down in the comment section. Looks like there's a new YouTube stream going live here pretty soon. Up next, we have got Dre will be coming back up and do some hosting here, it looks like, on Track A. And Dave Champion. Dave Champion is going to be our next speaker coming up. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Taxation is Theft. Thank you very much.